Show me it's the right time. Show me it's the right time.
Just show me it's the right time.
Show me it's the right time. Show me it's the right time. Show me it's the right time. Show me it's the right time.
My soul, my life force, my energy. Don't know what's gotten into me. I'm into you and the way you move. You feel me too. Just feel this groove 'cause I'm digging you and that smile too. My soul's feeling you. I can sing to you. It's all I can do. It's all I can do. Even if you don't care about the words I'm singing and this energy I'm sending, it just doesn't mean a thing. You're a work of art. You're a song. You're the apple of my eye. At least for the night, just consider now walking right on by. Bye. Just show me it's the right. Just show me it's right. Just show me. Just show me it's the right time. Just show me. Just show me it's the right time. Just show me it's the right time.
KUAM-FM Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
I'll make everything so easy.
Breeze 93.9. Feel the music.
So by living like a star, hotel rich champagne and caviar, but no one ever showed me the river, and that really hurts, baby, it really hurts. You try to sell your body and your soul. It's the price you pay for rock and roll, but no one understands it, how you feel. Oh, it's so real. Oh, it's so real. Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Thought I knew what life should be. It's an illusion. illusion, just an illusion. Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Thought I knew what life should be. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Critics crucify your leadership. Another drink and then you lose control. But then on stage I feel the fire burn. There is no return. I'm always on the run. I give it to you, babe, with all my heart. Before it's not too late. Oh, it's not too late. Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Thought I knew what life should be. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Thought I knew what life should be. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Pura peito moro, ike kose, FNEA, ike wo kose doge, nyebe, wo when nyebe. Pura peito moro, ike kose, FNEA, ike wo kose doge. Nieve, whoa, yeah, when the nieve. Shut the door, turn around. Let's find some common ground. And no more fake smiles, there's no one around. It's just you and me now. You've been saying everything on your mind. Know the ending of your every line. Suppressing what I'm feeling just to be kind. Where do we go from here? What can I say, my dear? That I haven't said before, at least 1,000 times or more. How can I assure you? Easy for you to say when things don't go your own way. But saying you don't wanna stay. Easy for you to say I don't wanna waste a day with the same song on replay. Sure that there's another way. Easy for you to say. Easy for you to say.
What am I supposed to do to try to get through to you? Think I'm doing this just for fun? You think that you're the only one? I feel like going out
Ya uli di sombran saltan mak Etsu ita saluda antes di hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a no distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi Prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues atan fanni bandera Kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matuno Nyagi toru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba islas en Paraiona, Parai gloria, Abiba islas en
on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning at Ken Sanity.
Good morning.
Right on. Can we go to Ken Cam? Just want to show handsome boy here. No, okay, so at Ken Sanity is sitting in for Jason Solis, who was on vacation, who we actually heard. Well, I didn't hear from him, but you heard from him yesterday. He's okay?
He's fine. He's fine. He's doing his thing. He's in a self-reflective period where he's playing guitar and coding and, you know.
Did he make any of those tutorials he was talking about?
I didn't ask him. You know, I just wanted him to, you know, I didn't want to.
Was I right though? I mean, did you Zoom with him? Because I had this
No, I didn't
I had this
Zoom.
visual.
No, I just did the WhatsApp.
He's got like a 6-day beard and he's in his underwear and he's got like Hot Pocket crumbs on his
Hot Pocket.
Hot Pocket.
Vitamin water.
Tater
empty
tots.
vitamin
Hold on,
water
I'm
is
warming up a pack of what do you call those? The little pizza things,
Pizza rolls.
the Totinos or what is it? Yeah. Pizza rolls are hot out of the microwave.
Hey, we miss Jason though.
Yeah, we do. Don't know what you got till it's gone. Well, you're not too shabby yourself though, Ken.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. This is Ken, guys. Ken St. Nicholas. And there's no difference between at Ken Sanity,
And the Jason
Magic
Solis
the
experience.
Gathering,
The Magic the Gathering.
the Magic the Gathering black belt, Ken St. Nicholas, and at Ken Sanity. They're actually the same person.
Wow.
So Ken does our social media stuff. Hey, we're going to be giving away some movie tickets this morning. Dude.
Yeah, it's good movies.
Yeah. Like what?
Minari.
Yep.
That's a good one. And A Quiet Place Too. Is
A
that-
Quiet
is that
Place
coming
too.
out?
Yeah.
Oh.
Remember that, Bree?
Which one?
Did you watch A Quiet Place?
I don't think so.
Or was that whole movie where there was like an alien invasion during Holy Week?
No, I didn't watch that. Are you kidding or?
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Oh.
Because they got to be quiet because any little noise they make, it's a metaphor for Holy Week. And my grandma.
Metaphor for holy.
Yeah, so thank you, Tango Theaters. We're giving away some tickets for A Quiet Place 2 and
Minari.
And there was one more, right? Yeah, there's one more. Minari's, is it in Korean?
I don't know. I haven't watched it.
It's Korean. Did it win an Oscar?
Did it? Oh, there you go.
Yeah. It did. It won.
Oh, the grandmother won. Best
Right,
supporting
yeah.
actress.
And then it was something like when she won, they're like, hey, is Brad Pitt hot? And she was like, what the hell I give a damn about Brad Pitt
Right.
for?
Yeah, it was nominated for 6 Academy Awards in 2021.
Yeah.
A Korean-American family moves to an Arkansas farm in search of its own American dream.
Mhm.
Amidst the challenges of this new life in the strange and rugged Ozarks, they discover the undeniable resilience of family and what really makes a home.
Yeah.
In a
I
world.
mean, it's a Korean family, but it's
Yeah.
like an American movie, right? Like
It is.
they're in America.
We should do a Guam version where they come to Guam and they open up like a mom and pop store.
Yeah.
Right? The Guam dream. Hey, it's 6:34, guys. Good morning, by the way. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Happy to see you guys this morning. It's Tuesday, May 25th, 2021. Yep, it's almost June. Holy Maganiti. Guys, it's almost June. Bree, it's almost June.
Can't believe it.
Oh, my God. Yeah, so, hey, the show is proudly brought to you by Cool People, our friends at Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, where if you're heading into work, you want to pick up something for the office, stop by, get some of those cheddar baked breakfast biscuits or the cheesy stuffed tater tots. Cabo Enterprises, East West Rental, IT&E. Good morning. Hey, we're going to be on KUAM TV today.
Sure.
Pretty sure there's no PGA. So 8 o'clock, we'll jump on KUAM TV. Good morning to our Facebook Live audience here this morning, Bree. Who's in our Facebook Live?
You mean our guest for the show
Yeah.
today?
No. Who's in our
Okay.
Facebook? Yeah.
Oh, on our Facebook.
That was my way of saying, hey, let's read some comments.
Okay. Chamarita Rages, Hafaday, good morning. She's sending that out to Mama Bear. Chris, what about the Swamps Road and when is the mayor's office of da-da-da going to work on the road over the pothole? Is this today's stream?
Yeah,
Oh,
they
no, I think
commented
I'm
that
on
yesterday.
yesterday's. I'm on yesterday's stream. Sorry, Reed.
How are you? What?
That was yesterday.
It's Tuesday, Sabrina.
Okay. Roadrunners in the house. That is Anita.
Wait, is this
Mikhail.
today?
This is
We're in
today.
today now, guys.
Sorry,
Okay,
sorry,
we're in
this
today.
is
Everybody, please open your link book to today. It is the day.
Mhm.
Tuesday.
Debbie Davis. Debbie, we did an unboxing yesterday.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She writes, Jamarita Regis, good morning, sweet lady. Sounds like you wanted to stay in bed. Hope you have a good one.
Right, because Chamarita Rages comments in here. Sunrise was very early this morning. Great way to start the day. I had to look at the clock 3 times to see if the time is right.
And she's on 2 weeks leave, so she wanted to make it.
Thank you. Thank you for spending your leave with us. Anita Maternity Blas McHale. Good morning, Sabrina, Jason, and Chris, and the rest of the Link families. Who was our first one in today? Bennett Lujan Duenas. All right, Bennett. Congrats. Rosemary LaGuardia. Good morning, team. Ken Paulino. Good morning. Be safe. Angel P. Quintanilla Castro. Emma Olalia. Good morning. Oh, SoCal in the house, Kenny.
Elizabeth Agagi, probably related. Hafa Aloha, KUAM Guam from Ewa Beach, Hawaii.
Eva Beach.
Eva?
Yeah, that's what
Eva.
Jason said.
Eva Beach.
Deborah Arbus. Good morning, team from Southern California. From SoCal to the northern reaches. Good morning from Gigo. Frank Lucille Nutty Dog writes in.
Patricia Ann Atalig, or Atalig. Buenas den manana sizuus Guan. Do you say Atalig or Atalig?
You can say it both. Actually, people who have the last name say it both ways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting? How do you say your last name? Oh, it's Barnett and Barenet. You pick. Eldon Haka writes, Holiday greetings to Chris and all staff. Just want to send my regards to the Adolfo family watching from Cebu, Philippines. Good morning. Mabu hi. You're putting the boo in Mabu hi. Yeah, good morning, Facebook Live, guys. Dylan, how do you say that, Ken, when it's an O with the 2 dots on top? Ooh. Dylan Spoorer. Honey Camacho, good morning. Elizabeth Aggie, again, good morning, thank you. Jenny Mesa, Buenas Guam. Olympia Borja. Crispin, DLG. Half a day, Brett from Saipan. Right on. We got a big show today for you guys. It's like this big. I mean, it's so big, I had to carry it in sideways. Yeah, that's how big it is. I had to be like, "Urgh," just like that. Who's coming on, though, Bree?
Oh, well, we're going to start things off with Dr. Ho Win, the Physicians Advisory Group. We also did a feature on him last night. Nestor LaConta did an interview with him regarding his family's story from the 1970s and how their family were refugees from Vietnam.
Right.
And so in light of what's the discussions that are happening regarding Afghan refugees possibly traveling through Guam, you know, the story was appropriate to hear his side. And, you know, I'm really thankful that he shared it with us. We've also got Guam Customs Director, Chief Ike Pareto, coming on at 7:30. Jenna Gamindi Blah, she is the Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense. I think she's still the acting director over there. So, you know, we've been talking a lot about what's going to happen to the quarantine and isolation facilities. How much more are we going to continue to pay for them? Obviously, we understand that there's still a need, but whether or not we need 2-3 hotels.
Right. How big is the need?
Right. We also got former Governor Carl Gutierrez.
Uncle Carl.
Yep. He's president of GVB. He's also the permitting czar. Right. So he's coming on to give us an update on all the things that he's doing.
Yeah, and then we'll probably ask him about, because he was the governor when the Kurdish refugees were they housed here? How long was that?
It was several months. Operation Pacific Haven.
Right. So want to kind of ask him, you know, hey, what would happen with this whole Afghan refugee? Because again, there's nothing official, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was like one of the stories I saw was that there's nothing in black and white yet. There's just a whole bunch of media reporting and speculation. Senator Clint Rogel, I believe he's coming on to talk about this. It's like the microchipping pet licensing bill.
Bill 135.
135, yeah. And then 9:30, our friends with the Guam Youth Congress. You know what's pretty cool about this is they wrote a letter to UOG Oversight Chair Senator Amanda Shelton relative to UOG's request for a tuition increase. I think they want to raise tuition by 5%. As they sat before senators in their budget hearing and basically said so. So we'll talk with the Guam Youth Congress, who, let me see here, probably opposed to the tuition increase. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. All right, so they're coming up. That's the show for you guys. And we got Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King, and a whole lot more at 6:41, Tuesday, May 25th. Rach Esteves, Jotnia Rules. Morning, Rach. Guys, jump on our Facebook Live. We're right here on The Breeze, 93.9. We're going on KUAM TV at 8 a.m. It is The Link. And now, with the very latest, some big news this morning. Good news this morning from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Hafaday, good morning, everyone. Almost 1 month after oral arguments, and the United States Supreme Court has issued its unanimous opinion in favor of Guam in its effort to force the U.S. Navy to pay its fair share of the $160 million cost to close the Ordot dump. Guam, as reported, appealed a D.C. District Court of Appeals ruling that sided with the Navy, which found that time had run out for Guam to file a CERCLA claim. CERCLA is a wide-ranging environmental waste cleanup law passed in 1980, also known as the Superfund Law. The Navy built and used the Ordot dump after the war. It was turned over to Gov Guam, which argued the military bears some responsibility for its cleanup. Gov Guam was forced to close Ordot and build the Ladzon landfill after it was sued by U.S. EPA for violating the Clean Water Act because of toxic leachate. The opinion issued by the U.S. Supreme Court today allows Guam to move forward with its actions against the Navy for recovery of cleanup costs associated with the Ordot dump. The 12-page opinion was authored by Justice Clarence Thomas. Today marks 10 years since the disappearance of Paloma and Milena Luke in Saipan. In a statement from FBI Honolulu Division Special Agent in Charge Stephen Merrill, he says that for the past decade, the FBI has been dedicated to working with the CNMI Department of Public Safety to find the missing girls. 10 years later, the FBI still maintains an open investigation on the matter and remains steadfast in its commitment to find the girls and exact justice. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $25,000 for information regarding the whereabouts of the two sisters. If you know or have information about Paloma and Milena, you're urged to call the FBI Saipan office at 670-322-6934. A federal indictment charges Austin Dodge with distribution of child pornography, possession of child pornography, and notice of forfeiture. According to court documents, the defendant allegedly committed the crime in April and June of 2020. Documents state the notice of forfeiture includes a Samsung Galaxy tablet. He has pled not guilty to both counts. A detention hearing was set for June 2nd. UOG representatives with the 33rd Guam Youth Congress have written a letter to Senator Amanda Shelton regarding the university's plans to implement a 5% tuition increase for the fall semester. Senator Shelton is the committee chair on higher education. Representatives Nolan Flores and Kiana Yabud point out that this would be a second such increase during the pandemic and students cannot afford it. Flores and Yabud are asking senators to prioritize UOG's budgetary needs and appropriate funds to offset the tuition increase in the university's FY 2022 budget request. Senators, in the meantime, discussed legislation that would permanentize tax reductions for a majority of businesses. Last term, the legislature passed a law that businesses making $250,000 or less in gross revenues would only have to pay 3% in business privilege tax instead of the 5% for higher earning businesses. Senator Joe San Augustine's bill increases the threshold to companies that gross $500,000 or less and removes the sunset provision. According to Department of Revenue and Taxation Director Daphne Shimizu, about 90% of businesses would now qualify. The potential impact to tax revenue would be about $7 to $8.5 million a year. With more news, here is Isaiah Uggan.
Hafaday and good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Prominent local doctor and former Vietnamese refugee Hoa Nguyen says Guam and the U.S. should welcome Afghan refugees with open arms. The good doctor says these people helped our American soldiers and deserve to be spared from any potential harm when the troops leave their country.
Hoa Nguyen was just 14 years old when his family was evacuated to Guam in 1975 as part of Operation New Life. The U.S. was withdrawing from his native Vietnam after a long war that saw the communists gain control of the country. 46 years later, he sees the same thing happening with a planned U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan.
I was tearing when I hear the news that Pop said they're going to come here because I say it bring back a lot of good memory. I would say that Guam should welcome them because it won't help the U.S. a whole lot, and if they're left behind, more likely that they be killed. I'm very, very sure of that.
We degraded the terrorist threat of Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan.
President Biden's plan is to withdraw all U.S. troops in a few months, leading to what many believe will be the rise of an oppressive Taliban regime. Dr. Wen believes thousands of Afghans who supported American military efforts are in peril. He says they deserve help, just like his family received.
We have a new opportunity in life given to us from the U.S. and people of Guam. I cannot be who I am right now, unless back in 1975 that Guam didn't open their arms to us. So that's why this is part of the family here. Is Guam is my island.
His family took full advantage of the opportunity. Wen and all of his siblings in the mainland are physicians serving their communities.
For the people of Afghanistan, I'm very sure they're very nice people. And lots of them will contribute a great deal to the United States if they are given the opportunity to start a new life for them. We are the greatest nation on earth, not because one single individual or one single ethnicity is a melting pot. You got the best of the best, and that's why United States is so great of a country.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Now operating with less than half of their original occupancy, Asian fusion restaurant Jerry Kitchen reopened on May 17th after dealing with 3 months of devastation. Here's a look inside.
From seating 100 people to now 40 people, Jerry Kitchen is back up and running, but in only 1 stall and down to 7 tables. It was 3 months ago in the early morning hours of February 25th when a red Jeep slammed through the storefront, totaling the Tamuning business. This forced restaurant owner Jerry Lee to close his establishment for a second time during the pandemic. Lee has owned and operated Jerry Kitchen for the past 4 years, and he made all the necessary repairs to reopen the restaurant a week ago. He tells KUAM that he paid for all the damages and is still waiting on insurance. As for the car crash, the incident sparked a Guam Police Department investigation. It was learned that an off-duty cop was inside the Jeep during the crash, along with a handful of others, and that responding officers did not conduct field sobriety tests, and the driver was cited for imprudent driving. Last month, GPD announced that the follow-up investigations was completed. Lee says the only update that he has received from GPD was the police report that he says had hardly any details of what may have occurred. But Lee is just happy to finally be serving the community again and wants to say thank you to all his regulars and customers for remembering Jerry Kitchen. The restaurant is open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then again from 5:30 to 9 o'clock p.m.
The feds are on the grounds of DeWitt Warehouse assisting with investigations. The Guam Fire Department confirms that ATF National Response Team is conducting interviews, scene observations, documentation, photographs, surveillance reviews, and financial documentation review. It was earlier this month when the massive building was fully engulfed in flames. GFD acting spokesperson Cherika Targaloff also confirms that the company did not have a high pile permit and has been issued a citation and informed that they need to acquire the permit. Additionally, Targaloff informs that there is no sprinkler system installed or required for a warehouse, but they do have a fire detection system in place. The Guam Fire Department confirms that all 11 COVID test results administered amongst the Fire Prevention Bureau personnel returned back negative. The group was determined as close contacts and was in quarantine last week. This came after 2 firefighters under the Bureau contracted the virus. As we reported, both of the positive cases were not vaccinated and are in home isolation. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
In other news, Senator James Moylan, along with Senator Chris Duenas and Tony Atta, have introduced a bill that would mandate that whenever a meeting is to take place between the governor of Guam and all senators of the legislature, that it could not be a closed-door meeting. According to a press release, Guam law allows any meeting called by the governor where they invite senators to be closed to the public, and likewise any meeting where the speaker invites the governor to meet with the senators of the legislature. That discussion can also be made in a secret environment. While these meetings may not involve deliberations, actions, decisions, or even a vote, such meetings consist of intricate conversations which impact the community and should never be closed to the public. Recently, the governor met with the senators to discuss spending plans for the American Rescue Plan. The media was kept outside of the conference room, and any information that resulted from the meeting was based on interviews with those who participated. In 2019, Governor Lulian Guerrero held a closed-door meeting with senators to discuss the military buildup. Both meetings concerned many in the community, including the media, as it was bewildering as to why these meetings were not open to the public. Again, legislation has been introduced by Senators Moylan, Duenas, and Atta, mandating that whenever a meeting was to take place between the governor and senators, that it could not be a closed-door meeting. As vaccination clinics continue this week, over 350 students were registered for the Pfizer vaccine at the Vaccinate Before You Graduate event at the home of the Islanders on Monday. Isaiah again has more.
The Guam Department of Education held its last COVID-19 vaccination clinic for the school year at the John F. Kennedy High School gymnasium on Monday morning. Despite this being the last COVID-19 vaccination clinic for the school year, GDOE Interim Public Information Officer Michelle Franquez said that more vaccine clinics are being planned for the summer.
So right now we actually do have plans in the making in regards to it. We just need to prepare with our operations team to ensure that we have the manpower as well as the vaccines for our clinics.
The Vaccinate Before You Graduate clinic was the most successful one conducted since they first began the COVID vaccination series in April.
Honestly, this has been one of our most successful clinics, as we had around 350 people register online through our Eventbrite link. Just in our first hour alone, we had 203 vaccinations take place, and the numbers are still growing as we are accepting walk-ins. Within the first hour of the 203 people who availed themselves of the vaccine, we had 80% of that as our students, both from private and public schools.
Even though the clinic was geared towards graduating seniors, GDOE has seen a lot of families availing of the vaccine.
We actually had families come out today. So what you notice is that there will be clusters or small groups come out today, and they're families. They're all trying to avail themselves of this. So there, as was stated before, this is becoming a family thing where the family comes together to get vaccinated. I'm really, really happy to see the families out there.
Meanwhile, 18-year-old Cleo, who is a graduating senior at JFK, received the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine and says that he didn't want to miss the opportunity to get vaccinated.
And I wanted to protect myself because I'm going off to college off island, so I really want to take that precaution before leaving.
Bill said not to overthink about the COVID vaccine and just get it.
Because we're all different, and some people may have worse reactions, but you might be fine, so don't stress.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Ugin.
Children as young as 6 months are now participating in a Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine trial. Pfizer plans to eventually enroll more than 4,500 kids with the goal of applying for emergency use authorization for a children's vaccine by the fall. Jamie Yucca spoke with a family whose 2 young sons got vaccinated, and they're encouraging other families to do the same.
This stretch of Greenwood Avenue in Tulsa, Oklahoma was once a mecca for Black enterprise.
You have more than 30 restaurants. You have clothing stores, hardware stores, a photography studio.
The area known as Black Wall Street in the early 1900s was home to more than 200 Black-owned businesses, among them the Dreamland Theater and the Williams Confectionery, owned by my great-great-grandmother, Lula Williams. Her husband, John Wesley Williams, owned an auto garage and chauffeur company. John, Lula, and their son, W.D., were the first Black Tulsans to own a car.
They were Greenwood royalty. They were one of the great leading families of the city.
Scott Ellsworth is a historian and author of The Groundbreaking, an American City.
Later. 2 new cases in the meantime of COVID-19 were reported out of 407 tests performed between May 21st through the 23rd. One of the cases was identified through travel history, while the other was found through contact tracing. According to the Joint Information Center, also, 7 people were hospitalized with the virus, with 1 under ICU level of care, 1 on a ventilator. To date, there have been a total of 8,136 officially reported cases of COVID-19 on Guam, with 139 deaths. 70 cases are active and more than 7,900 people have recovered. The CAR score is now 0.4. And with your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Conception.
Buenos Anapades to get some to be kunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Madiskuti ni Senador siya legislasyon yan na permanente rin na bahan tax para madzot na business siya. Gimapas tempon legislatura mapasa bill jasang 250,000 pesos para menos na ganansya antes di gasto niya yung business pas 10% ha o mapasi business privilege tax in lugar de 5% para di mas mega o mahalom na ganansya. Este na bill Senador Joe San Agustin sa atisa di threshold para kompanya siya no 500,000 pesos para menos ganansya niya dyan na nasua di sunset provision. Sigon ni Departamento ng Revenue and Taxation na direktor si Daphne Shimizu kasi 90% gito di business magkwalifika gwini no adyo na rin na bahan tax. Ibidana dyan na bill kumamanalay sa itsalapin yung mahalong para gobernamento sa 7 hasta 8.5 milyon pesos giisakan malingunya. Mas artikulo at si federal na indictment sa ma-charge si Austin Dodge no man dispapata child pornography, man sustete ni child pornography, dyan notice of forfeiture. Gidokumento ni Kote ma-charge si Dodge na committee STC na kinanta DC, gi-abrid dyan Hunyo na mes gimapasasakan. Ilang niya mas dokumento na adin notice forfeiture sa sumana un Samsung Galaxy tablet na kosas komunikasyon. Ma-arrange si Dodge gi-71 gimadzo sa sangon ni Kote na tiumitsaw gito ditos kwenta na inachaki. I-detention hearing sa promasusedi gi-2 Hunyo. Di mas asunto, Iguam Fire Department sa makonfirma na to di 11 na tao Guafi, di Fire Prevention Bureau na dibisyon ni GFD sa manmates para COVID-19 na todo man negatibo. Madetermina na ansa na grupo ni man makarantina gimapos na semana sa mayhuti 2 na firefighter dyan na departamento ni man ninadyan ni coronavirus. No riniport KUAM todo di 2 na ninadyan ni COVID-19 sa timan babakuna sa manggay gigi home isolation. Dito mo representa Universidad Guahan sa ni 33rd Guam Youth Congress sa matugi kata si Senadora Amanda Shelton para di maplanen niya ni Universidad na para ma-implementa inatisan ni tuition para 5% para fall na semester. Si Senadora Shelton sa Guizao Miluluy Komitean Mastat Kilo na Edukasyon mapunta husang idos ng representative si Nolan Flores at si Kiana Yabut na ST segundo na inatisan ni tuition gitempon pesti dati siya malangad maapasin yung estudyante siya mamaisin si Flores dan si Yabut. Noon man na siyempre sa Universidad de Budget UOG, zaman na Guamas Lapi gid 2022 na fiscal year pagkanubrihin na sa tuition. Para Guam News Network, Guam si Kin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. If your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
As May is a month to celebrate mothers and everything they do, let's not forget that many parents in our community are struggling to make ends meet and provide for their children with basic necessities. The KUAM Care Force is partnering with the Salvation Army for a very special drive this May, benefiting our precious and most vulnerable in our community. Through Friday, May 28th, we'll be collecting diapers, formula, infant toiletries, baby food, and other new items for infants and toddlers at our KUAM studios in Harmon on weekdays between noon and 4 p.m. Show you care and help families in need this spring. Due to the consideration of our current public health emergency, donations will not be accepted outside of hours specified. Curbside acceptance of donations is acceptable by calling 637-5826 upon arrival.
Steel Athletics has joined the KUAM Care Force as a community partner in the Mama and Nenny's Drive. You may also drop donations to their location in Tamuning on any day of the week. See KUAM.com for designated times.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of Always Open.
Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages from all of your friends here at KUAM. Congratulations, seniors!
Ekangok ega zan edza kifinu Chamorro giasuntun Chamorro kada dia gi KUAM News. Gatsa gi idaling na programa gi alas 8 gi egan gi esla Chamorro streaming radio pedi KUAM News YouTube na channel para linabian fasilidad mizu. Malata fanita para mas información matresta diligencia y preciosa na kulturata entri sesultana setbi kada dia y lengguahe natibo ni Chamorro. Yasuntu gifinu Chamorro sa ni nafafatu zan penalinunudzi ni familia mizu gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Girl, if you ready, you're divine, rock steady, say we go slow, vibes are flow. The only woman that I truly know, a real woman, courteous and kind, the type of girl I idolize, a real queen, so sweet, from your crown to the soles of your
It is a good day, man. We woke up with the news about the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Always a good day when you suck it to Uncle Sam. Ah, take that! Sorry, I just get a kick out of that. Way to go. Check out the AG. Didn't he win that Poggett thing?
Sure did.
And then now the Supreme Court.
Don't forget Oxycontin.
Oxycontin, right. But this whole Supreme Court thing was started a while ago, right?
I want to say it was. Barrett Anderson?
Yep, but they're having a press conference, so this morning, 9 o'clock, the Office of the Attorney General to discuss the Supreme Court decision in Guam's favor, and what the possible next steps are going to be. At 7:05, so that's coming up. We're actually going to jump on that press conference we are going to jump on that press conference. We're going to take you there, guys. You ever been to a press conference before? Man, we had some good press conferences with you guys.
We sure have.
Good times. It's
We're
like,
hoping to have a press conference on the ARP spending plan. I'm waiting
good
for
luck with
one.
that. Yeah, we'll see. Dr. Hoa Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group joins us now. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Chris, Sabrina. Good morning.
Man, Doc, I got to say, I had no idea you were one of the Vietnamese refugees who came from Vietnam in the 70s. I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a trip by itself. 46 years ago is a long time. But yes, I was 14 with my mom's, my older brother, and two younger sisters. Yeah, we all come to Guam in April 1975, and with nothing except just our shirt and our bag, and that's it. We just got off on the plane and come to Guam.
And look at you now.
It's a great thing. I tell you, bring me back our memory, and I have a chance back in the 90s when I think Guam also accepted the Kurdish refugee.
Right.
I was the chief of aerospace medicine for the Anderson Air Force Base, and I asked to be the first one to be on the plane to kind of welcome the Kurdish refugee, and I tell you, that's an experience. It's really memory that cannot replace. It's so nice to see those people's face on the airplane. So I really hope that Guam can again welcome the refugee from Afghanistan, because I think those people need a lot of help. I know my father back in April 1975 when he was staying back in Vietnam, and he got put in jail for a long time for no reason, just because he supported the U.S. Lucky he's alive and joined us in the U.S. later, but it's miserable for him. So I think that those people that extend themselves to help the U.S. And that part of the region, also for the security of us here in Guam, United States, they're going to need help to get themselves out of there before something happened to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know you said you were 14, but do you kind of remember the process that you and your family went through after you landed on Guam?
When we first arrived, I still remember, we get ourselves in those big round hangar they have on the flight line, and I remember they have just the bed, the mattress is on the floor, and that's where we stay for a few days before we get moved to Asan. But there's 14 kids, and you enjoy the moment. It's a different thing, but think back, I feel sorry for my moms and other adults that they know what's going on at that time.
When did you decide to go to medical school?
I actually graduated a bachelor degree in computer engineers. I've worked as an engineer before, and after about 2 or 3 years of working as an engineer, I decided to go back to medical school because my brother and sister, they're all in medical school at that time. So I just decided to join them, and I tell you that's the best decision I ever make.
Mm-hmm. Weren't you also in the military?
Hmm?
Were you in the military?
You're in Special Forces, right?
No. I got a scholarship for from the Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
There actually is a really good program that if anyone that get accepted to medical school and don't want to owe so much money, the Air Force and Navy, they offer wonderful scholarships for medical school that you work every year that they pay for the school. You work for 1 year, and when you graduate from medical school in your residency, you owe zero. And if I'm going to do it again, I do the same program. It's a wonderful opportunity. Like I say, I wouldn't have the opportunity unless, Guam opened its arm and welcomed us in 1975. So it's a wonderful country.
What have you heard about this Afghan refugee stuff, Doc? I mean, have you heard anything?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know Biden's going to pull out his force, and there's a lot of Afghanistan people there that help us fight the battle over there. So it's really they're going to need to go somewhere. We can't leave them behind. I tell you, children, women, adults, I don't think that they're going to have a good chance to be alive. So we have to go help them somehow.
Well, what about the COVID? How are we doing on the COVID?
We look at the COVID, the positive rate in Afghanistan for surprisingly very, very, very low. They much lower than anywhere else, and I think that I'm not sure because their inability to test or what, but their COVID is very, very low. Of course, we're going to screen everyone when they get here, if they get here. But I'm sure they're going to confine in certain space, and they're not going to be interact with the people in the community, except the people that help them regarding their living quarter and their food intake. But I think that's going to be Guam's still safe to welcome them. They like I say they're not going to be in the community and interact with other people here. So I think we'll be fine. We know what to do now after a year of the pandemic.
Yeah, guys, we did a whole interview with Dr. Hoa Wen with Nestor Lecanto from the KUAM News team, where they really go into Dr. Hoa's the story about being one of the, was it hundreds, Bree, or thousands of refugees from Vietnam?
I think like over 100,000.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say. So that's on our KUAM News Facebook page, and also I believe our KUAM News YouTube page. Doc, I know that we were talking before you came on a little bit of a spike in the hospitalizations.
Yeah, still everyone in the hospital. I think we have we go like 10 during the weekend. We're down to 7 or 8 now. One in the ICU. But again, everyone in the hospital are not vaccinated. So that's why we really encourage people in the community to go out and get the vaccine. There's a lot of clinic throughout Guam, especially UOG, to open almost every day. We have the Hyatt outreach tonight from 4 to 7 for everyone, and you can walk in there. And public health have a small part everywhere. So I tell you, go out and get your vaccine. We are doing very good. I tell you, people, we have a kind of little dip in the vaccination drive about last week or so. But I tell you, we see the number going back up again. And especially from 12 to 15 now, we see a lot of family come out, to the adult and children both, and it's a family thing, so they come out and get vaccinated. And it's amazing sometimes the children is the one that tell the parents, hey, let's go get vaccinated. So it's nice to see the whole family out there.
Any adverse reactions that you know of, Doc, with any of the kids who received the vax?
We did the Father Duenas, it's 300 people there. We did the GIGO this past weekend. A lot of children come out, and so far, no, they're pretty easy. There's absolutely no adverse reaction. I don't hear anything from UOG neither. They have a huge amount of children there also. So I think that so far so good. And children at age of 12 to 15 is amazing. There's 100% efficacy. I know my 30-year-old boy got vaccinated, the Father Duenas, and he's fine. He went and played volleyball the next day. So kids are doing very well.
Do they also have to go through the 15-minute observation period after receiving the shot?
Yeah, still the same. We keep them for 15 minutes. The kid is easy. They don't have that 30 minutes thing. So, the majority of them have 15 minutes. And I say when they just sit there and on their phone, surf the net, and they go home. It's really a very easy process to do. We have next school year, most likely is face-to-face. It's only way that you can protect your kids and on face-to-face to get them vaccinated, so to keep their all the student and all their classmates safe. So I would say that go out there and get themselves vaccinated. You have the whole summer, so I guess school starts sometime in August. So you have June coming up. So remember, 3 weeks for the Pfizer. So sometime in the end of June or July, you should, and 2 weeks after that. So a perfect time for them to get vaccinated now for the school year next year.
What if you're going to turn 12 like in 5 months? Would that kid be eligible for the shot?
Asking for a friend.
I think right now, Bria, I think we predict that maybe September, October, that they're going to approve 6 months and older. So I know there are a lot of trial now. So I think we're looking September, October for the next phase that they're going to lower down the age group again for the Pfizer.
Right. Yeah, I just saw that this morning that they were doing the clinical trials for the 5 month, or is it 5 month or 6 month?
Yeah, and
6
Guam,
months,
I tell you, we are ahead of the state. So I think that by the end of July, we're gonna get in the 70.
Wow.
Yeah, we are really doing very well. So again, we cannot just say, hey, we satisfied with 60 or something. We got to keep pushing it. We are start to look for some planning for next year, because I think more likely it's going to be an annual booster. So we have to somehow come up with a plan to remind people of their booster shot and how to run things a lot more efficient, because we cannot do probably UOG like this for the whole next year. It's almost impossible.
So Doc, I mean, is that what we're going to be getting, is a booster shot? That's a done deal?
Well, right now that's the talk, but there's nothing confirmed out there yet, Chris, Sabrina. So, but I think it's going to be just like the flu shot. You only get once a year. Until we got a firm cure for the COVID-19, I think the best way to fight COVID-19 is through immunization.
Have you heard any, or has there been any other discussions about consolidating the QFAC and the ISOFAC, or scaling back the QFAC?
I think that the idea is once we get to certain percentage of people vaccinated, we can do away with the Q factor, completely. I think at a certain point, 72 hours, PCR testing prior to arrival will probably most likely be in place if we reach certain percentage of the island vaccinated. So, and that's something that we talk about in the PAC, and we continue to talk about it in the next 2 or 3 weeks, because hopefully, as a number of vaccination, the number of vaccinated people will go up, we will look forward to change the Q factor, quarantine guideline again.
Doc, we had a comment. Do you know what is the estimate of children 12 to 15 who are going through the trials? I
think it's in the thousand. I'm not sure what's the firm number is. First, they have to have a minimum number of people go through it in order for them to deem safe. I don't have that on top of my head, but I know that they have criteria they have to go through, and FDA and CDC are very strict on those. That they don't skip anything in order to approve a vaccine to be used at a certain age group. That's something I'm confident they don't skip.
It's a process.
It's a process that we go through.
So, I didn't know if I heard you right, but you said that when we reach a certain percentage of vaccinations, that the quarantine will end completely.
Yeah, I mean that's the key. I think that we have to open our island. Um, the different us in Hawaii, Hawaii have a much robust medical system. The hospital is a lot better and a lot more admission. They can handle a lot more admission than we do. So they did that for the past few months with the 72 hours PCR testing prior to our arrival, and they have a little bit of surge, but they still can handle in the hospital wise. So I think at a certain point when our island reach certain percentage of people vaccinated, we are safe to open with the requirement of 72 hours prior to arrival PCR testing, and they shouldn't need to have a Q factor just because the majority of people have been vaccinated already. And the people that choose not to vaccinate, it's their right, and they take the risks and their lives in their hand. But we cannot, keep the Q factor running because few people are not vaccinated. It's a very costly thing. We did it right now for the safety of our island, but again, the best defense for this thing is immunization. And we have it right now, and we're doing very well. So I think at a certain point, the Q factor will go away, for sure.
But Doc, what about those who are coming in who are not vaccinated?
Yeah, Chris, that's the point. As long as the majority of people are vaccinated, the COVID-19 not going to go away. It's always going to be there. But as long as the majority of people are vaccinated, even they have the virus, they won't be that sick, and the hospital admission will be very low, so that's the key. Is not to have zero. The key is that protect our people by if they caught the virus, they catch the virus, they not that sick, and they don't require hospital, and that's the whole purpose of have the immunization.
Doc, have you heard anything about whether or not the state of public health emergency is going to be lifted? I mean, it's set to expire on the 31st on the holiday. Have you heard anything?
I think at a certain point we have to. I think I'm not sure when the governor going to make the decision. She have to make the decision. Right. So a lot of factors you have to consider. Is a lot of people say it's about the money, but it's not. It's a lot of things that she have to consider before she lifts the state of emergency. I feel for her. I hate to be in her shoes because you make decision, it's wrong. She be responsible. So either way, there's some unhappy people out there. But again, it's the she bear the own responsibility. So we just have to follow her lead and hope for the best for the island.
Okay.
Doc, do you foresee a future where we get these people who aren't vaccinated coming in at the airport, where we just say, "Oh, you're not vaccinated, come here," and just give them the shot right there, like maybe a J&J, one shot?
That's what they do in a lot of places in the States, and especially like Alaska. So people come in, they can be offered the vaccine if they want at the airport. Again, any opportunity that you can give to people that you can take, you should take. There's a mobile clinic that at the grocery store, and everywhere else. So, any chance that you can make it convenient for people, everyone that you get that you give the vaccine to, it help the community. So, yeah, I think Chris, we talked about that before. It's just the public health had the manpower not to put it a clinic at the airport. That's just all about manpower.
Right.
But again, really, really encourage people to go out and get vaccinated. We have plenty. I think we have like 60,000 doses coming in. So we have a lot of vaccine. It's just now is how to get those vaccines to people in arms. That's the challenge. Guard, public health, private. We all have to step in to try to make it easy for people to access the vaccine.
Bree, you good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
So
think that's it.
it's good.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I tell you, from our AMC website, there's a lot of requests from expats from off
Yeah,
island.
that's what I was
wanted
going to ask.
to
Thank
Guam.
you. Yeah. So
Yeah,
this
I tell you,
Airbnb,
for
what are
some
you?
reason,
What are you hearing?
yeah, for some reason they reach our COVID website, and I guess because the Hyatt outreach, because it's a hotel, so they really lot of inquiry for the expats, especially from Japan, that want to travel to Guam to get the vaccine. I know that Governor Gutierrez have not rolled out everything yet, but I tell you that there are quite a few inquiries for that through our website to find out more information about it. So it's some, like I say, we need to try. Like I say, anything else better than where we are right now.
Yeah, that's interesting, Doc. Because but right now, today, people can come to Guam and get the vaccine because they just get they come with no vaccine. They're going to go into quarantine and then they get the shot.
Yes.
You know what I was one of the things I was thinking was with this Airbnb, they come, they get one shot, right, and then they get the second shot, but then they're not considered fully vaccinated until 2 weeks after the second shot.
Yes,
Right.
that's correct. But at least, even the first shot, they are about 75-80% protected already. When they have a choice to stay here, enjoy the island, because their quarantine is over already. They can travel around, or they can fly back and come back again for the second shot. I mean, there's a lot of things that GVB will look at, and I let Governor Gutierrez discuss on that stuff. But I know Japan, Korea is kind of slow to roll out the vaccine, and I know the expat, if they're U.S. citizen, they can get the vaccine anywhere in the U.S. territory or state. So it's their choice to travel, and Guam put the shortest flight, 3 hours away from them.
Right. All right, Doc. You good?
Okay.
Yeah, good talk, Doc.
Okay, guys.
Appreciate it.
Be safe.
You
okay?
too. You too. Enjoy your 3-day weekend if we don't talk to you before then.
Okay, I'll take you out fishing.
We'll see you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
There you go. Boy, Bree, doesn't it seem like back during the height of the pandemic, I remember Dr. Hoa had said something about, when all this clears up, we'll go fishing on my boat. And I remember thinking, that's never going to happen. Are you crazy? And yet, here we are. 7:28, quick break, proudly sponsored in part by Jack in the Box. More info now on their delicious cheddar breakfast biscuits. Good morning.
Jack in the Box, I baked cheddar directly into the biscuits of my 2 for $5 cheddar biscuit breakfast.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
As May is a month to celebrate mothers and everything they do, let's not forget that many parents in our community are struggling to make ends meet and provide for their children with basic necessities. The KUAM Care Force is partnering with the Salvation Army for a very special drive this May, benefiting our precious and most vulnerable in our community. Through Friday, May 28th, we'll be collecting diapers, formula, infant toiletries, baby food, and other new items for infants and toddlers at our KUAM studios in Harmon on weekdays between noon and 4 p.m. Show you care and help families in need this spring. Due to the consideration of our current public health emergency, donations will not be accepted outside of hours specified. Curbside acceptance of donations is acceptable by calling 637-5826 upon arrival.
Steel Athletics has joined the KUAM Care Force as a community partner in the Mama and Nenny's Drive. You may also drop donations to their location in Tamuning on any day of the week. See KUAM.com for designated times.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Parker Yobe, Someone Loves You. Good morning. So, hey, the big news this morning is David has beaten Goliath. How's that, Bree? Guam beats Goliath. Supreme Court victory here. There's actually going to be a press conference with the Office of the Attorney General going on at 9 o'clock. That we're going to be doing. We're going to put it out here for you guys. Yeah, thank you.
So you can watch it live right here on the link.
Can you just go over, so what does it mean? So we sued the federal government, the Navy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We appealed a district court, D.C. District Court appeals decision that ruled in favor of the Navy. Basically that, Guam didn't meet, I guess, a certain deadline to file like a claim, a CERCLA claim, to allow us to, I guess, get the Navy to pay their fair share of the closure of the Ordot dump, because the Navy was the one who built the Ordot dump, and so it wasn't really our fault that there was no lining to prevent, the contamination into the soil, hence the leachate. The toxic leachate, and so Guam was held accountable because the dump was turned over to the government, and so there were violations of the Clean Water Act, and so we had the consent decree, and all those years we've been paying, to build the Ladzon landfill, and all of these things the feds required us to do, and the Navy didn't have to pay a cent for it, and so the government of Guam lawyered up and said, look, this is not fair. And they took it all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the U.S. Supreme Court, in the 12-page decision authored by Justice Clarence Thomas, said, you're right. So now Navy, Gov Guam, get them to, pay their fair share.
So we're getting money.
I don't know what the whole process is and how we're going to get them to share in the cost of this.
Right.
But $160 million is a lot of money that we have had to fork up. And fork out. So.
And I think it's one of those cases where it's like we knew we were right, right? I mean, we knew, of course, you live in Guam, you know all about Ordot Dump and the history of it. It's common knowledge. But I think where a lot of people were unsure was whether or not the Supreme Court, which of course is an instrumentality of the federal government, whether or not they would rule in our favor. So, yeah, this is huge.
Yeah,
And we'll find out more about it at that press conference at 7:34. Now let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, by the way. Manana Sijuos, Tuesday, May 25th. Customs Chief Ike Paredo standing by. Good morning, Chief.
Morning. Morning, Chris. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Wow.
Chief. How are you?
Good. We're doing good.
We're doing all right. I guess we just wanted to first start. We'll just get right into it. We've interviewed the chief of police yesterday, and he was talking about how he is losing so many officers to the Navy, to the Port Police, to the federal, because the pay for the officers is just not equitable to what they can make elsewhere on this very island, right? And so, are you experiencing that same kind of thing, Chief? Are customs officers leaving the agency, or are you guys okay over there?
Yes, we're experiencing the same problem, and we've been challenged by this problem for the last several years. I've mentioned this before, and one of the biggest concern is that, of course, we have our counterparts here in Guam that is also handling the port of entry up at the airport, and that's CBP. And so a lot of our officers that have really moved on have transferred to the federal side. Just to give an example, last week I just lost 2 officers. One is going to the federal probation, and the other one is going to CBP. So yes, we are also encountering this similar problem as what GPD is encountering right now, and there's been a lot of discussion on this issue. And let me just say this: last week, Dr. Fee presented an overall report on this matter with respect to post, and I think they're looking at trying to figure out what's the best way to address this concern with our law enforcement here in Guam. So yes, we are experiencing a loss of officers.
Do you have any officers, Chief? Because I remember it kind of seems like back in the day they were more willing to just suck it up, even accept the lower pay because they just wanted to be part of the solution, you know? So do you have officers who tell you, man, Chief, you know, I could be making more over there, but, you know, I'm just down for you and I'm down for Gov Guam?
Oh yes, we do have officers that are very supportive to our needs here, and they're looking forward, and that's why they're working with management and in trying to find better ways to retain these officers, and that's one of my biggest priorities right now. And I've spoken to the governor on this issue. I brought it up and recommended that we should find a solution to help retain these officers that are currently with the agency, because they're very supportive to our organization and they want to stay. But again, you have to understand the challenges that we have. And there's a lot of challenges that the officers will be concerned with. And of course, the pay is there. There's other issues. Retirement benefits are better at the federal level from their standpoint. A lot of my officers that I'm losing here are between 5 years to 7 years in the force, and so they're still young. They're seeing this opportunity that they can move forward to another organization and excel in that organization because of the perks that are being offered to them, and I support that.
Chief, can you kind of go back, because Chief Ignacio also mentioned this presentation by Dr. Richard. It's Richard, no? Richard Fee?
I think yes, his name's Fee, Dr. Fee.
Dr. Fee. So what did he do? He did like a presentation for who, and then who was present, and what was the point, the gist of it?
Well, actually, what he did was he did a correlation with all the different law enforcement organizations here in Guam, and he identified the pay scale for each of this organization, and then he explicitly mentioned that I provided examples of the different and the disparities in pay, such as a customs officer in my organization makes less than a port security guard, down at the port, and likewise with the other agencies that are also bringing the same issue. So they're trying to create some sort of a medium where it will satisfy the needs of all law enforcement officers, and hopefully that we can retain these officers and not have them transferred to other agencies.
Chief, what about this PARI bill? I think it's, was it Senator Moylan's PARI bill? You testified in favor of that one?
Yes, insofar as Senator Moylan's bill is concerned, I did testify because I believe that POST can come up with a similar structure to improve the retention of our officers, and recommendation is to establish a tier within an organization, whereas the first three positions within an agency will just have to meet certain requirements after certain years and move to the next level, rather than just waiting for openings, which is very seldom in our agency. And this way, officers can start advancing and don't have to wait 20, 15, or more years just to get promoted. And so that's the advantage that I like about that bill, is hopefully they can establish some sort of tier for law enforcement, just like the way the military does it. From an E1 to an E4, it's an automatic promotion after several years. And then when you get to the supervisory level, that's where the competitive comes into the picture.
I kind of wanted to go back to that Dr. Fee report or assessment of law enforcement pay. So did I hear you correctly that the port police was like the highest paid law enforcement agency?
When you talk about starting pay, yes.
Mm-hmm. Who was next?
Say again?
Who after the port? Like, what are the top three?
I think after the port, then it comes back to the police department.
So port starting is what, 18 an hour?
Something like that, yes.
Wow.
What's the starting for customs?
I think it's 1177 for recruit.
Wow. Have you lost any officers to the port?
No, not to the port. A lot of my officers that have been exiting are going to the federal side.
CBP?
Yes, and of course, because the position and the work that they do is similar to CBP.
Wow.
And so we're seeing that all over.
Is it mostly like entry-level customs officers, Chief, that leave your agency, or are you getting an exodus of any like the senior personnel?
No, it's mostly middle management. In this case, officers who have spent 5 to 7 years with the agency, and they get to apply for a position with CBP with the experience that they have, the accreditation that they got from the academy, from the Criminal Justice Academy. Some of my officers start as GS9.
Wow. So basically, the ones who get in, the newbies, the rookies, they're sticking with customs, but then when they get the experience necessary to make a lateral transfer over to CBP, where they can get the higher pay and the higher ranking because of all the stuff they've been able to do on the job with Gov Guam, that's when they leave, is when they get to those middle ranks.
Yes, that's the
So we're just basically like their talent agency, right, Chief? We groom them, we get them ready, and then they split to the federal side.
Yeah.
Very nice. Where are we with the drugs, Chief?
Say again?
The drugs.
Well, we're seeing, let me just say something that, we've been, I think on just 5 months on this particular year already, we're seeing a trend again in the interception of illicit drugs coming into our borders. And to date, 5 months into the year, we have already recorded about 79 pounds of meth for this particular 5 months.
Did you
So
say?
we're seeing the
Sorry.
trend is there. That we're still seeing methamphetamines moving into our island through the post office.
Did you say 79 pounds?
Yes, today. That's for the last 5 months of this year.
79 pounds?
Yes.
What's
Where's
the?
it coming from? Just curious. Is it like California, Vegas, where?
Yes, they're coming from the States. Mainly within the western part.
West Coast.
And so are these seizures at the post office, the airport, or the port?
Yes, it's mainly from the airport and the post office.
So airport seizures, Chief, are these like, are people packing it in their body cavities, or are they still doing the luggage? What's the most common way they try and smuggle it in?
Most of it's just the luggage that we're seeing.
Have you seen anything like really creative on their, because you guys keep busting them, they have to find new ways to hide the stuff. So like, what's one of the ways that they hide them in the luggage?
Well, false bottom is one of them. Hand carry bags.
Chief, I gotta ask, do you know anything about just between us, do you know anything about the closure of the Derrida and Jigo post offices and the investigation and audit that's ongoing up there? Was it drug related?
No, I have no information on that.
Any of the 79 pounds of drugs came through that you guys busted him at Jigo or Derrida?
No information on those investigation right now.
I mean, is it you can't comment on it because it's ongoing, or you just don't have information?
No, I just don't have information on that.
So you said airport and post office. Are you guys doing inspections down at the Port Authority?
You're coming in muffled now. Can you repeat?
Yeah, are you guys doing inspections at the Port Authority?
Oh, well, actually, we're still doing inspection at the port. We have increased our manpower down there. We have also increased the utilization of our canines down at the port, just to make sure that we're still showing them that we have a presence down there, and hopefully we can come across some of the seizures. But so far, at this point in time, we're still trying.
So there hasn't been any seizures right this year at the port, Chief?
No.
Which of the post offices is the one that's really hot? Where you guys said 79 pounds of meth, part of it airport, part of it post offices. Are we talking GMF, Chief, or?
Yes. We're a lot of these interceptions are coming out from the main post office.
Wow. And have these been straight up seizures, or have there been any investigations where you guys put in the, what do they call that, Bree? The clue spray or whatever? Like,
A lot of these are ongoing cases, and sometimes it takes 2 to 3 years just to mitigate this particular investigation. So that's why we don't comment on it.
Wow. So some of it is just you get the box of meth and you seize it, and then others is, okay, let's take it out, let's replace it with the sham, put the spray on it, and track the delivery and all that, right?
Yes.
Right on.
Oh,
Well, good job. 79 pounds of meth.
yeah. Is it just meth? Anything else? Like any other kind of drugs?
Any weed?
Cocaine? Heroin?
Oh yes, we're seeing also an influx of marijuana coming in, and of course, although marijuana is legal in Guam, it's still prohibited under the federal law. And I think, based on my information, I think we have seized over maybe about 115 pounds of marijuana.
115 or 150?
115. 115.
Wow.
In the past 5 months?
Yes.
Is it the chronic, Chief, or?
Not really. A lot of these people think that just because Guam has initiated a new law that they can just bring in marijuana, and of course there's a federal law that still applies, and it's still prohibited.
Right. So are these with the marijuana seizures? Is it through the dogs?
Yes.
Wow.
Like through the airport, like people coming in, or is that through the mail? How are they bringing it in?
What's the port of entry?
That's the interception at the post office.
Post office.
Any other drugs?
So weed and meth. Chief, any like other drugs? What other drugs are there? Fentanyl? I don't know.
Cocaine.
Cocaine?
Well, we haven't seen any fentanyl at this point in time. We are actively concerned with that because, fentanyl is a very, very dangerous drug.
Right.
Hopefully that we can keep it out of our borders.
Well, there you go. 200 pounds of illegal drugs, 79 pounds of meth seized by customs in the first 5 months of 2021, 115 pounds of the marijuana. He said no cocaine.
No cocaine.
No.
All right. Well, damn, Chief.
So we got a drug problem or what?
Well, hopefully that we can continue to move on in this issue. The governor's very concerned with the importation of illicit meth coming into our island, and we're doing whatever is possible from our end to ensure that we prevent this illegal substance from coming in.
But
Right, and this is just what you guys caught coming
Right,
in.
that's my next
doesn't-
question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
doesn't
so-
account for what.
So you see 79 pounds of meth. Like, how much more do you think it got in?
Well, I don't have that figure, but
Yeah.
It's based on what we hear in the streets, and of course that's who we work with. We work with the police department, DEA, and the other law enforcement agencies that are here in trying to mitigate this problem, and hopefully that we will continue to prevent the introduction of illicit drugs into our island.
What you hear on the streets from GPD is Matutsuda, right? It's the meth is spilling out everywhere.
Well, we're monitoring the prices that are and the buys and the control deliveries that they're doing, and from there we tend to just analyze that and come up with some sort of analogy of what's going on out on the streets.
Chief, is there like a formula? So like with like customs or law enforcement, where if you seize this amount of drugs, then that means this amount is coming through. Like so when you talk about seizures, like what percentage of drugs coming into the island are seized? Do you think?
Well, I cannot give you that figure at this point in time. We will need to get with the police department and hopefully that we can analyze that and come up with that percentage.
I remember that there was a time when you'd see, I think it was the DEA, that they do the National Drug Threat Assessment. You familiar with those reports?
That's coming from the federal side.
Yeah. But are you familiar with those reports? Because I think Guam is included.
Yes, I do get some information with the national strategy, and I tend to read about it, and of course they're talking about big figures there, and hopefully the trend on how drugs are moving in to the U.S. and mostly the trafficking that's taking place between Mexico and the western part of the United States, such as California, Arizona, and Texas.
Yeah, I was just wondering what it said about Guam.
No, actually, not really. I haven't really come across anything about Guam.
Okay.
Well, we do know that federally our application to be designated a high-intensity drug trafficking area was rejected by the federal government. Chief, do you agree with that assessment, or because I mean it seems like we're pretty high intensity?
Well, actually, I haven't heard about the new application for the high intensity drug enforcement, but actually, I did recall that the police department and the AG were submitting an application again for this particular region.
Yeah, and we had the AG on, and it was rejected, but he said that they're going to submit another one.
Yes.
Okay. You good, Bree?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Chief, anything else you want to say before we let you go?
Well, that's about the only thing I can say right now. Again, it's sad for us because ever since the pandemic hit us, we've been trying to procure 4 additional drug detector dogs, and the governor has supported that issue, and we have the funding for it. But the challenge that we have is that the carriers are not moving and transporting working dogs at this point in time, and hopefully that they can lift the ban on that, and we move on with our program with the canine drug detector dogs and acquiring 4 additional canines for our team.
What happened? Why aren't they transporting the drug dogs?
Yes, because of COVID, they suspend the transportation of working dogs, and it's just one of the things. And we've been communicating with our carrier, United, and they're saying that hopefully that they're going to lift the ban on that, and we can move forward with that program. And I'm excited about that because we want that 4 additional drug detector dogs so that we can continue to pursue our program here, and hopefully that we can prevent the importation of illicit drugs into our island.
Do you know how long that ban is going to be in place? Have we considered the boat, maybe?
Well, we were hoping that the ban was going to be lifted by June, but I guess, we haven't heard nothing, and hopefully that something will change, and we'll be given that opportunity to move on and procure our dogs and get them in.
Well, Chief, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Right on. There you go, Customs Chief Ike Pareto.
Right. So I'm actually looking at the drug threat assessment in the U.S., and this was a DEA's report from 2020. I think that's the last one. So it does indicate here on Guam, many of Guam's violent crimes are linked to drugs, alcohol abuse, lack of economic opportunities, and lack of educational attainment. Methamphetamine and marijuana are the 2 principal drugs used in Guam. Cocaine is resurgent and is popular with the college-age population. MDMA, I don't know what that is. Ketamine and illicit pharmaceuticals are also available to a lesser degree and often purchased in clubs and bars. Methamphetamine poses the greatest threat to Guam. Most of the methamphetamine shipped to Guam originates from the continental United States, primarily from California and Washington, via postal packages or courier. I can go on, but
yeah, let's save that for later in the show. It's 7:58. We're taking a quick break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV. This is The Link. Good morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning. At Ken Sanity in for the vacationing Jason Solis.
Good morning.
We're giving away some movie tickets before the end of the show. We've got tickets to A Quiet Place 2, right? I don't know if you guys saw A Quiet Place 1, but Quiet Place 2. It was supposed to come out right when COVID hit. Yeah. Well, you know the rest. The movie theater's closed. Well, guess what? They're back. Thank you. It's 8:01. This is The Link. Good morning. Hey, KUAM TV. Thanks for joining us. We missed you yesterday. But we've got a whole bunch coming up, including former Governor Carl Gutierrez, the GVB president. He's also the permitting czar. He also led Guam's effort to host thousands of Kurdish refugees back in the 90s. So we'll talk to him about this possible Afghan refugee influx into the island. There's nothing official yet. 9 o'clock, we're jumping on with the Office of the Attorney General. They're having a press conference to kind of unpack the Supreme Court victory. And we're also getting Jenna Gamindi Blas of Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense. What is the future of quarantine? We'll find out. Coming up here on The Link, which is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, Calvo Enterprises, East West Rental, and IT&E at 8:02. Let's go ahead and do news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Solis Mantanani.
Off today, everybody. Almost 1 month after oral arguments, and the U.S. Supreme Court has issued its unanimous opinion in favor of Guam in its effort to force the U.S. Navy to pay its fair share of the $160 million cost to close the Ordot dump. Guam, as reported, appealed to D.C. District Court of Appeals ruling that sided with the Navy, which found that time had run out for Guam to file a CERCLE claim. CERCLE is a wide-ranging environmental waste cleanup law passed in 1980, also known as the Superfund Law. The Navy built and used the Ordot dump after the war. It was turned over to Gov Guam, which argues the military bears some responsibility for its cleanup. Gov Guam was forced to close Ordot and build the Ladzon landfill after it was sued by U.S. EPA for violating the Clean Water Act because of toxic leachate. The opinion issued by the U.S. Supreme Court today allows Guam to move forward with its actions against the Navy for recovery of cleanup costs associated with the Ordot dump. The 12-page opinion was authored by Justice Clarence Thomas. As Chris mentioned, a press conference is scheduled for 9 a.m. With the AG's office, and we will be streaming that press conference live right here on The Link. A federal indictment charges Austin Dodge with distribution of child pornography, possession of child pornography, and notice of forfeiture. According to court documents, the defendant allegedly committed the crime in April and June of 2020. He has pled not guilty to both counts. A detention hearing has been set for June 2nd. UOG representatives with the 33rd Guam Youth Congress have written a letter to Senator Amanda Shelton regarding the university's plans to implement a 5% tuition increase for the fall semester. Senator Shelton is the committee chair on higher education. Representatives Nolan Flores and Kiana Yabut point out that this would be a second such increase during the pandemic and students cannot afford it. Flores and Yabut are asking senators to prioritize UOG's budgetary needs and appropriate funds to offset the tuition increase, which is included in the university's FY 2022 budget request. Senators discussed legislation that would permanize tax reductions for a majority of businesses. Last term, the legislature passed a law that businesses making $250,000 or less in gross revenue would only have to pay 3% in business privilege taxes instead of the 5% for higher earning businesses. Senator Joe San Agustin bill increases the threshold to companies that gross $500,000 or less and removes the sunset provision. According to the Department of Revenue and Taxation Director Daphne Shimizu, about 90% of businesses would now qualify. The potential impact to tax revenue would be about $7 to $8.5 million a year. With more news, here is Isaiah Uggan.
Hafide and good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Prominent local doctor and former Vietnamese refugee Hoa Nguyen says Guam and the U.S. should welcome Afghan refugees with open arms. The good doctor says these people helped our American soldiers and deserve to be spared from any potential harm when the troops leave their country.
Hoa Wen was just 14 years old when his family was evacuated to Guam in 1975 as part of Operation New Life. The U.S. was withdrawing from his native Vietnam after a long war that saw the communists gain control of the country. 46 years later, he sees the same thing happening with a planned U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan.
I was tearing when I hear the news that possibly they're going to come here because I say they bring back a lot of good memory. I would say that Guam should welcome them because it won't help the U.S. a whole lot, and if they're left behind, more likely that they be killed. I'm very, very sure of that.
We degraded the terrorist threat of Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan.
President Biden's plan is to withdraw all U.S. troops in a few months, leading to what many believe will be the rise of an oppressive Taliban regime. Dr. Wen believes thousands of Afghans who supported American military efforts are in peril. He says they deserve help, just like his family received.
We have a new opportunity in life given to us from the U.S. and people of Guam. I cannot be who I am right now, unless back in 1975 that Guam didn't open their arms to us. So that's why this is part of the family here is in Guam. Is my island.
His family took full advantage of the opportunity. Wen and all of his siblings in the mainland are physicians serving their communities.
For the people of Afghanistan, I'm very sure they're very nice people, and lots of them will contribute a great deal to the United States if they are given the opportunity to start a new life for them. We are the greatest nation on earth, not because one single individual or one single ethnicity. Is a melting pot. You get the best of the best, and that's why United States is so great of a country.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Now operating with less than half of their original occupancy, Asian fusion restaurant Jerry Kitchen reopened on May 17th after dealing with 3 months of devastation. Here's a look inside.
From seating 100 people to now 40 people, Jerry Kitchen is back up and running, but in only one stall and down to 7 tables. It was 3 months ago in the early morning hours of February 25th when a red Jeep slammed through the storefront, totaling the Tamuning business. This forced restaurant owner Jerry Lee to close his establishment for a second time during the pandemic. Lee has owned and operated Jerry Kitchen for the past 4 years, and he made all the necessary repairs to reopen the restaurant a week ago. He tells KUAM that he paid for all the damages and is still waiting on insurance. As for the car crash, the incident sparked a Guam Police Department investigation. It was learned that an off-duty cop was inside the Jeep during the crash, along with a handful of others, and that responding officers did not conduct field sobriety tests and the driver was cited for imprudent driving. Last month, GPD announced that the follow-up investigations was completed. Lee says the only update that he has received from GPD was the police report that he says had hardly any details of what may have occurred. But Lee is just happy to finally be serving the community again and wants to say thank you to all his regulars and customers for remembering Jerry Kitchen. The restaurant is open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then again from 5:30 to 9 o'clock p.m.
The feds are on the grounds of DeWitt Warehouse assisting with investigations. The Guam Fire Department confirms that ATF National Response Team is conducting interviews, scene observations, documentation, photographs, surveillance reviews, and financial documentation review. It was earlier this month when the massive building was fully engulfed in flames. GFD acting spokesperson Cherika Targaloff also confirms that the company did not have a high pile permit and has been issued a citation and informed that they need to acquire the permit. Additionally, Targaloff informs that there is no sprinkler system installed or required for a warehouse, but they do have a fire detection system in place. The Guam Fire Department confirms that all 11 COVID test results administered amongst the Fire Prevention Bureau personnel returned back negative. The group was determined as close contacts and was in quarantine last week. This came after 2 firefighters under the Bureau contracted the virus. As we reported, both of the positive cases were not vaccinated and are in home isolation. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Today marks 10 years since the disappearance of Paloma and Milena Luke and Saipan. In a statement from FBI Honolulu Division Special Agent in Charge Stephen Merrill, he says that for the past decade, the FBI has been dedicated to working with the CNMI Department of Public Safety to find the missing girls. 10 years later, the FBI still maintains an open investigation on the matter and remains steadfast in its commitment to find the girls and exact justice. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $25,000 for information regarding the whereabouts of the two sisters. If you know or have information about Paloma and Milena, you're urged to call the FBI Saipan office at 670-322-6934. As vaccination clinics continue this week, over 350 students were registered for the Pfizer vaccine at the Vaccinate Before You Graduate event at the home of the Islanders on Monday. KUAM's Isaiah Uggan has more.
The Guam Department of Education held its last COVID-19 vaccination clinic for the school year at the John F. Kennedy High School Gymnasium on Monday morning. Despite this being the last COVID-19 vaccination clinic for the school year, GDOE Interim Public Information Officer Michelle Franquez said that more vaccine clinics are being planned for the summer.
So right now we actually do have plans in the making in regards to it. We just need to prepare with our operations team to ensure that we have the manpower as well as the vaccines for our clinics.
The Vaccinate Before You Graduate clinic was the most successful one conducted since they first began the COVID vaccination series in April.
Honestly, this has been one of our most successful clinics, as we had around 350 people register online through our Eventbrite link. Just in our first hour alone, we had 203 vaccinations take place, and the numbers are still growing as we are accepting walk-ins. Within the first hour of the 203 people who availed themselves of the vaccine, we had 80% of that are as our students, both from private and public schools.
Even though the clinic was geared towards graduating seniors, GDOE has seen a lot of families availing of the vaccine.
We actually had families come out today. So what you notice is that there will be clusters or small groups come out today, and their families. They're all trying to avail themselves of this. So there, as was stated before, this is becoming a family thing where the family comes together to get vaccinated. I'm really, really happy to see the families out there.
Meanwhile, 18-year-old Cleo, who is a graduating senior at JFK, received the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine and says that he didn't want to miss the opportunity to get vaccinated.
And I wanted to protect myself because I'm going off to college off island, so I really want to take that precaution before leaving.
Bill said not to overthink about the COVID vaccine and just get it.
Because we're all different, and some people may have worse reactions, but you might be fine, so don't stress.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Thanks, Isaiah. Children as young as 6 months are now participating in a Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine trial. Pfizer plans to eventually enroll more than 4,500 kids with the goal of applying for emergency use authorization for children's vaccine by the fall. Jamie Yucca spoke with a family whose 2 young sons got vaccinated, and they are encouraging other families to do the same.
For parents, Otavio and Zenaida Good, the first step to getting back out into the world was getting their family vaccinated. Their sons, 3-year-old Andel and 8-month-old Soren, were among the first kids under the age of 5 to receive the Pfizer vaccine. Zenaida, who has a PhD in immunology, felt confident about signing her kids up for the Phase 1 clinical trial at Stanford.
What made you guys decide, no, we want to go ahead and do this?
Vaccines are one of the greatest inventions of immunology, and it's the key for us to feel good and safe about our kids.
One thing that we're concerned with is the long-term effects of COVID, and it's we'll take the vaccine any day over the potential downsides of COVID.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado is overseeing the trial, which will help researchers determine dosing. The goal is for kids to have a strong immune response with minimal side effects.
Children have a tendency to develop fevers more often than adults do in general. And we also know that children frequently respond to lower doses with good immune responses.
Zenaida says Andel and Soren were given 1/10 of an adult dose. And baby Soren returned last week to have his blood drawn.
Did your kids have any side effects?
Not anything major. Andel, after his first dose, he was a little bit low on energy for one day and had a sore arm for one day. But after second dose, both kids had nothing.
Maldonado says kids' side effects will likely be similar to adults, but it's a small price to pay.
COVID is the 10th most common cause of death in children in the U.S. right now. It is causing children to be sick with a disease for which we don't know the long-term effects.
For the Good family, shots also mean they're more comfortable at some of their favorite places, like the park.
What I really miss is going to the playground and meeting new families and making friends and coming back to our house and playing, you know. And
Now we are happy to open up to the world again. Now we feel protected and we don't feel worried anymore. And it's a wonderful feeling.
Researchers will use blood work to determine how strong the vaccine response is at fending off the virus. If children don't generate enough antibodies, they can return for a higher dose. Jamie Yuka, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Heart condition called myocarditis after being vaccinated. The agency says all appear to have mild symptoms and there is no clear link between the vaccine and the condition. 2 new cases of COVID-19 were reported out of 407 tests performed between May 21st and the 23rd. Of the cases, one of them was identified to have travel history, while the other was found through contact tracing. Also, 7 people were hospitalized with the virus, 1 in ICU, another on ventilator support. To date, there have been a total of 8,136 officially reported cases of COVID-19 since March of last year. There have been 139 deaths. 70 cases are active, and there have been more than 7,900 recoveries. The CAR score is 0.4. And with your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get soon to be finod sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Madiskuti ni Senador siya legislasyon yan na permanente rinabahan tax para madzot na business siya. Gimapas tempon legislatura mapasa bill jasanggin 250,000 pesos para menos na ganansya antes di gasto niya yung business pas 10% ha o mapasi business privilege tax in lugar de 5% para di mas mega o mahalom na ganansya. Este na bill Senador Joe San Agustin sa atisa di threshold para kompanya siya no 500,000 pesos pat menos ganansya niya dyan na narsua di sunset provision. Sigon ni Departamento ng Revenue and Taxation na direktor si Daphne Shimizu kasi 90% gito di business magkwalifika gwini no adyo na rinabahan tax. Ibidan na na bill kumamanalay sa itsalapin yung mahalong para gobernamento sa 7 hasta 8.5 milyon pesos giisakan malingunya. Mas artikulo at si federal na indictment sa ma-charge si Austin Dodge no man dispapatsa child pornography, man sustete ni child pornography, dyan notice of forfeiture. Gidokumento ni Kote, ma-charge si Dodge na committee STCA na kinanta DC, gi-abrid zan Hunyo na mes kimapasasakan. Ilang niya mas dokumento na adzi notice forfeiture sa sumana un Samsung Galaxy tablet na kosas komunikasyon. Ma-arrange si Dodge gi-71 gimadzu za sangon ni Kote na 2 mitsaw gito ditos kwenta na inachaki. I-detention hearing sa promasusedi gi-2 Hunyo. Gimasa sunto, Iguam Fire Department sa makonfirma na to di 11 na tao Guafi, di Fire Prevention Bureau na dibisyon ni GFD sa manmates para COVID-19 na todo man negatibo. Maditibina na ansa na grupo ni man makarantina gimapos na semana sa mayhuti 2 na firefighter gyado na departamento ni man ninadzi ni coronavirus. No riniport KUAM todo di 2 no ninadzi ni COVID-19 sa timan babakuna sa manggay gigi home isolation. Dito mo representa Universidad Guahan sa ni 33rd Guam Youth Congress sa matugi kata si Senadora Amanda Shelton para di maplanen niya ni Universidad na para ma-implementa inatisan ni tuition para 5% para fall na semester. Si Senadora Shelton sa Guizao Miluluy Komitean Mastat Kilo na Edukasyon. Mapunta husang idos ng representative si Nolan Flores at si Kiana Yabut na ST segundo na inatisan ni tuition gitempon pesti dati siya malangan maapat si estudyante siya. Mamaysan si Flores dan si Yabut. Noon man na siyempre si Universidad budget UOG. Zaman na mas lapi gid 2022 na fiscal year pagkanubrihin na sa tuition. Para Guam News Network, Guam si Kin Concepcion. Yasunto yung finod sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
As May is a month to celebrate mothers and everything they do, let's not forget that many parents in our community are struggling to make ends meet and provide for their children with basic necessities. The KUAM Care Force is partnering with the Salvation Army for a very special drive this May, benefiting our precious and most vulnerable in our community. Through Friday, May 28th, we'll be collecting diapers, formula, infant toiletries, baby food, and other new items for infants and toddlers at our KUAM studios in Harmon on weekdays between noon and 4 p.m. Show you care and help families in need this spring. Due to the consideration of our current public health emergency, donations will not be accepted outside of hours specified. Curbside acceptance of donations is acceptable by calling 637-5826 upon arrival.
Steel Athletics has joined the KUAM Care Force as a community partner in the Mama and Nenny's Drive. You may also drop donations to their location in Timoning on any day of the week. See KUAM.com for designated times.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hey, Facebook Live comments here. Romeo Bella Marquez, good morning, KUAM, and everyone. So nice to wake up with your show. Well, thank you. Much rather have you wake up with our show than fall asleep to it. Romeo also says, thank you, Dr. Ho Wen, for your service to the island. Good morning. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
And this is The Link. It's proudly brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points. Make it a point. Jack in the Box with the cheddar breakfast biscuits, cheesy stuffed tater tots. Those are great. Milkshakes, though. I'm feeling a milkshake. I think we got a... Are you still in that challenge thing?
No.
Oh, ha-ha! One down. So we're doing this weight loss challenge thing at KUA. Well, I ain't doing it.
I mean, it doesn't mean that I'm not still trying to lose weight.
Right. Yeah, okay. Sure. That's exactly what it means. But so everyone's doing this weight loss challenge. So a friend of mine dropped over some food yesterday, and man, it's like no one wanted it. Not because it wasn't good. It's because, oh no, I'm on that challenge.
I ate one, and it was great.
Yeah. And then you get the people because I'm just like trying to disrupt everyone's flow in this challenge thing. So I'm the guy who's going around with hey, you guys want donuts? Or hey.
I'm going to make some cupcakes this week.
Right. Make sure you bring them when they're fresh so that smell gets in Yeah, but I was going around with free food yesterday, and like nobody wanted any. It was crazy. What's this place come to? You think you know some people? It's 8:25. Let's head into the Zoom room now, where Jenna Govindy Blas from OCD. Sorry, that just always reminds me of. You guys got a joke about that over there, Jenna. The Office of Compulsive. Right, yeah. GHS OCD joins us this morning. Good morning, Jenna.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris and Bree. Great to see you guys.
Right, it is. Let's just get right into it then. So what is the deal with the JIC and just the where we're at now? Because it kind of, out here we're really slouching towards normalcy, but I don't know what it's like in there in the bunker. So what's like the status of you guys and the COVID response?
Bring up such a good point, because while everyone is getting back to normal, we're still operating here 24/7 operations for our emergency operations center. We have been since the beginning of the response. It's really tiring for everyone that's on board, but we're just really appreciative for everyone that's working. The main things we're really quick to recognize, and rightfully so.
Oh, Jenna, hold on, because there's something. Sorry, there's something with your mic. It's like going in and out. Yeah.
Yes. What can I do?
It sounds like maybe it's up too high. She's in the bunker, right? Yeah.
It's like you're going high, you're going low, you're just
In and
going
out.
up and down. Yeah.
I need that IT service. Let me try calling in from my phone. Maybe that'll help.
Oh,
Can
yeah,
you hear me
dial
now?
it. Yeah, dial in. Yeah, using internet audio. That's always good.
Try this. You have a few minutes?
Yeah. Take your time. Hey, by the way, former Governor Carl Gutierrez is coming on, guys. He's entered the Zoom room. We're going to get to him after we talk with Jenna.
I just want to say, like when Dr. Hoa was on and his story, I hope everybody gets to watch that, because it was a pretty amazing story. And, when you look at all that he's done through the pandemic, and even before, because I first met Dr. Hoa. Okay. I think you're there. She's connected.
Okay, how about that?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
good.
Right on.
Much better.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's just start over. Like I was saying, out here we're really trying to get back to normal, but I don't know what's going on in there in the bunker. So what's the status of the response?
Okay, so as I was saying earlier, we're still operating 24/7 operations of our emergency operations center. Our Joint Information Center is still operational Monday through Friday. We're still answering the phone lines for the community. You're seeing all the JIC releases still go out. So we've been operating since the beginning at this really high level. But you bring up a good point that the rest of the island, while they're returning to normalcy, we really appreciate all of those that are working behind the scenes here at the EOC. We're very quick to recognize all of the healthcare professionals, which is, rightfully so. The doctors, respiratory therapists, shout out to my mom, the nurses, all of those that are working really hard for this COVID response. And oftentimes we don't see the people that are working behind the scenes who have been since the beginning. So we appreciate you recognizing that, but we are still working 24/7 operations, people pulling shifts, being away from their families, all while doing their regular day-to-day jobs. So we're still here, part of the response.
Well, I just want to give a big hand to everyone who's behind the scenes. We see you. We see you, kings and
I know
queens.
you, Chris, Sabrina, and even Jason and other members of your team have actually been down here and seen it firsthand. So you can attest to the kind of work that goes on behind the scenes and how we operate down here. I know COVID's a lot different. We don't welcome a lot of new visitors or media down here anymore, but you've seen it firsthand. So we're still operating the exact same way.
I mean, I feel bad for you guys because the aircon in there is freaking crazy. It's like, dude, it's like 50 degrees in the civil defense. It is, right, sir? That's why you always, whenever we interview somebody in civil defense, you always see they have a jacket on their chair.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah. Not to make light of your, I know you guys are working hard. Jenna?
Thank you.
So what is the trigger for you guys to begin scaling back? Is it a change in the
are you talking about
for you guys being up 24 hours?
Yeah.
So of course we follow the guidance. We follow the guidance from our leadership, the administration, all the way down through our management. Our Civil Defense Acting Administrator, really calls the shot for our Emergency Operations Center. We do have an EOC director who also checks to see how the operations need to continue. But right now, there's been no change from 24/7 operations. A lot of it is due to the quarantine facility and the transportation that's needed at night. So there's a lot of activity happening at night and still transporting, even COVID positive patients. A lot of things that are happening beyond the normal 8 to 5 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I know I came in at night when I returned from my trip, and you guys were up and running, and it was a really smooth operation. And thank you.
Right, I did see your coverage on it, so that was great.
Mm-hmm.
Well, while we're on the subject of quarantine, everyone's talking about now that we're allowing fully vaccinated people to skip out on the quarantine. We're wondering about the status of the quarantine hotels and when we're going to see a scaling back or maybe a reassessment of what we need
Or the
versus
consolidation.
Right. Yeah. So I guess that's our next question: is where are we on that?
Sure. So the assessment portion has been completed. Our office, in coordination with Department of Public Health, along with the National Guard, has reviewed the incoming passenger census. We continue to do this on a daily basis, and the room utilization in the government of Guam's QFAC. And based on the number of people in the facilities, it was determined that there will be a consolidation. I know that this has been highly talked about, not only from our office, but this will go through a formal solicitation process. A lot of people have asked, how will this be procured? We're currently going through the procurement process, so a bid will be sent out shortly. We're working to move forward with the consolidation of the two facilities into one. And this is based on the quarantine guidance from CDC, our public health officials from Department of Public Health. And this is also based on what the executive office decided for our territory. So we are working towards that consolidation.
Jen, I remember early on in the maybe not even early on, maybe like midpoint of the pandemic, I can't remember who it was, but someone had come on, it was one of the doctors, and brought up the issue of having quarantine and isolation in the same facility, in terms of you have isolation where it's like known positive COVID cases, and you have quarantine, which is putting people in for observation. So are we going to be able to have both those systems running under one roof without risking either population?
Yeah, that's a great point. I know early on, there's a lot of different data that was going out. And again, with this novel coronavirus, this is all new to a lot of people. But fortunately, we've gotten a lot of great new additional guidance from CDC, where we are actually able to have a quarantine and isolation facility in one facility. There will be, of course, separate rooms. There will be separations between the two. There's a lot of different guidance that's gone into the different, to the scope of work from Department of Public Health. So we've received a lot of information and what is exactly required in order to put into these bid specs. So it's very specific based off of CDC guidance. But now there's new information where we are able to hold both quarantine and isolation facility in one facility.
Mm-hmm. Do you have an estimate on how much we have paid out so far and how much is still owed for the QFACs? And then we can go into the ISOFACs.
Yeah, sure. So the latest we received from our finance was, as of yesterday, for the quarantine facility, which is DUCIT, the paid invoice was $26,994,590. We have an unpaid balance right now of $11,092,547. And Bree, I'll just shoot you this as a text offline. That way you can have the exact number.
Okay. And that's for both QFACs, right?
That's for the quarantine facility. If we're looking at just the isolation facility alone, we have a paid invoice of about, $7,184,205, an unpaid balance of $150,000.
And just curious, is that are we using federal funds for this, or we pay local funds and then we get reimbursed?
So this is funded by the CARES Act. It has been since the beginning of GHS OCD's procurement.
So now
CARES Act.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't want to speak for our federal counterparts, but CARES Act is one of the only. Well, it's the only federally funded exception where we're able to get public assistance, reimbursement from this. So it's able to be reimbursed federally, which is really interesting because the federal programs are not typically like that.
Right.
Have we been? And this is federal reimbursement through FEMA.
That's correct.
And we've been fully reimbursed for, I guess, the 26 million that we paid out to date?
No, but we are collecting all of these documentations that are needed to submit the request for reimbursement. So, we continue to gather all of this information in order to submit our request.
Do you know offhand, or do you know how much we've been reimbursed for so far?
Let me double check. Let me see if I have that data. I don't. Last I heard it was up to about 4 million. But as soon as I get that data, I can shoot that to both of you offline.
Okay. And the 4 million we did receive in the FEMA reimbursement, was it for the Deucet, or was it for when we were having people at
Packstar
and the other
Days Inn?
Yeah.
This is specifically for the ones that are procured through GHOCD, so that was through the quarantine facility at Deucet.
Okay, so
as you may recall, Bree, there was some issues with the quarantine at the Packstar.
Right, and that was not procured through GHS and OCD. Correct, Jenna? Correct, Jenna?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So how soon are you guys looking to do the consolidated QFAC and ISOFAC?
We hope to move really quickly. We have the documentation ready. We hope to get, I don't want to give out a certain date, but the bid process will start shortly. We're just reminding all of our partners, just be prepared. It will be sent out shortly. I just don't have an exact date.
Is it going to be through emergency procurement or regular?
No, this will go through the standard process. I'm glad that you asked that, because although we're in a public health emergency, GHS OCD, our finance admin, has continued to submit to GSA the required 3 quotes for every requisition. There's no sole source procurement for QFAC and ISOFAC. That's processed through GHS OCD. So this bid will go out as the standard procurement process.
And when the new procurement for the consolidated QFAC, ISOFAC, is that going to be based on the rooms that are actually used, or are we also going to pay for the rooms that are not being used? Because currently we pay for rooms that we use and rooms that we're not using, but the rooms that we're not using, it's at a lower rate, right?
Right. We do plan for unoccupied rooms as part of the bid process. We want to be prepared for any type of surge. We talk about downsizing. We've already made some moves. For instance, with our isolation facility, through GSA, our office has reduced the number of rooms in the ISOFAC from 270 down to 150. That was on March 31st. And then we did another reduction from 150 down to 50 with the ability to surge as needed. So we're always looking at ways that we can have the ability to surge.
Okay.
It's also going to be dependent on the negotiation. It's not just the bid that we put out. It's also going to depend on the negotiation process behind that.
You mentioned that it's a very specific bid. I mean, do you have any of the specifics that you're able to share in terms of, so we're looking at a joint facility, like offhand, do you know how many rooms total we would maybe need?
I won't be able to put that data out yet, but I just want to let you know that, this is in coordination with Department of Public Health. We got all of the different information that they require to operate a very good streamlined QFAC and ISOFAC, information from our partners with CDC. So, I won't be able to put out information specific to the bid, but, as soon as it does go out, we'll be sure to let our partners know, let the media know. That way there's an opportunity for everyone to see it.
Is it going to still be run by the National Guard?
That's under discussion right now. That's under discussion.
Wow, let's not bring the cabinet back in now.
No, but I mean, if it's not the National Guard, is it going to be?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, Jenna. Just disregard. What was it again? Quarantine Angels or something?
Who?
What they were called before?
Quarantine Angels, or I forget what. Yeah. Anyway,
remember when the directors were running the?
We're just making it awkward for her.
I do remember. I do remember. But I will say, you know, we're super thankful to the National Guard for everything that they're doing and how they're operating there. It's been really smooth. We're really grateful that they're there. You know, and if there's an opportunity to still have them there, that would be ideal.
Yeah. they did. They were awesome. I mean, I must have called down there like
You
a
went
couple
through
of
it firsthand.
Yeah. I called down there a couple of times sometimes just because I wanted somebody to talk
Yeah,
to.
she was thinking it was the crisis hotline, like stalking the guard down there.
And who knew there's like a limit? No, you can't have more than a 6-pack of beer. Like, what?
Jenna, are you guys involved with any other procurements? I mean, I'm sure you are, but like some of the main ones?
Those, honestly, QFAC and ISOFAC are the main ones. We're obviously still operating with procurement behind the scenes with different types of supplies or what's needed for the different agencies, but those would be the major one, QFAC and ISOFAC.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it. Is there anything juicy you want to share with us that we forgot to ask about or maybe didn't know to
I
ask?
do. I just have the juiciest information I'm about to partake on everyone here.
Okay.
I did cover thanking our Emergency Operations Center, and I appreciate you guys noticing that as well. But I do want to mention that we have Typhoon Preparedness Month coming up in June. We're going to have a proclamation signing on June 1st. It'll be virtual. But, we're going through this pandemic now, but we want to remind the community that, we can still experience natural disasters. So we're going to take the whole month of June, a lot of things virtually, a lot of information on our social media. So follow us on GHS Facebook and Instagram. Visit us on our website, ghs.guam.gov. and see how you can participate in Typhoon Preparedness Month.
You never let us down, Jenna.
Yep.
Never. Just a way to end with the real juice there.
Thanks, Jenna.
Are you
Good
excited?
to see you.
Okay, thank you all so much.
Are you excited for next month? Because, you guys have been like in COVID mode, and now you finally get to do something that's not COVID. You must be so happy.
I am. With my job, public information officer, and a lot of our program managers here, we look forward to that type of outreach and engaging with the community. So, instead of being here in the bunker and being able to talk to other people about things that, we care about, we're passionate about, and that's preparedness. So we look forward to it. And so we encourage everyone to participate with us.
Thank you, Jenna.
Thanks, Jenna. I know you've been there
Thank
a long
you.
time
Thank
up
you,
there,
everyone.
so we
Yeah.
feel safe that you're there. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care, everyone.
All right. There you go, Jenna Gamindi Blas, 841. Quick break, and we're coming back with Uncle Carl next right here on the link. Good morning.
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment, location, service, trust, is a proud partner of the KUAM Care Force.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on the link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Some people live for the fortune. Some people live just for the fame. Some people live just to play the game. Some people think that the physical things define what's within. I've been there before, but that life's a bore so full of the superficial. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, and some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Yeah. Some people search for
Live Local Fridays, Tahini, doing the Alicia Keys and Ursher, If I Ain't Got You. You really got to go for this one when you sing it. You ever try to karaoke this and halfway through you're like, can I get a redo? I sing something country.
That's why I just go straight to Alanis Morissette.
Dude, that's crazy.
Let it all out with Alanis.
Right on. Which one though, Bree?
You ought to know.
Oh. Okay.
That's the song.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you ought to know. Is that the one that goes? No, that's isn't that ironic?
Yeah, I sing that one too.
Okay. 8:47. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room where, guys, 9 o'clock, we're going to go press conference with the Attorney General. But first, let's go in with the GVB President, former Governor Carl Gutierrez. He's also the permitting czar. As Gov, we're getting some Airbnbs this week, right?
We several came in, and some from the Philippines, and they're just done with their quarantine, and they got their shots and their second shots. So they're out now. They have to go back and come back again, but they're kind of waiting now. They don't want to go back for a 14-day quarantine in the Philippines, but they're here, and it's part of their, their dual citizen. But we also had 3 people come in from Japan who are a member of the CBS network there in Japan. And one of them, his name is Randy Schmidt, who was here during the Korean Airline 801 crash. And he was the one that interviewed me with Jackie Zemansky, who unfortunately passed away in Canada. But they're the ones that put me on the Larry King Live and Bernard Shaw. So we had some kind of relationship. So when they heard about the Airbnb, he kind of reached out to a friend, and they said, "Hey, that's the same guy I interviewed." So we got connected that way.
That guy's still around? That's the guy I interviewed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be in front of you guys forever.
We got no problem with that.
Oh, thank you.
But
yes, they're here, and they came in Saturday evening. They are going to finish their 6th day on Friday. They will get a PCR test. They're negative. They come out Saturday, and they want to get their Johnson & Johnson shot. So if they have to go right back, then they will. But hopefully they can stay 4 more days because the Olympics will continue to go on. And so that's where it is, and they're going to hopefully do a couple of stories about Guam and the program and how we're faring out here and what the governor has put in place that seems to be working for us to recover quickly, especially the vaccination rate. We're up to over 70,000, 75,000 double vaccinated already, and hopefully we reach 100,000 by July 1st and 21st rather. And so that's a story in itself. How we have survived out here even with the way the CDC does their formula to rate us what category we're in, where we go up and down from 4 down to 2 and then back up. It's not necessarily because we really went out of whack. It's just that formula somehow puts us in that category.
Yeah, it's like the CDC cha-cha because we go back, forward.
Yeah, it's but I think the governor has been pursuing that we get back down to 3 and then to 2. Right. And but that's not the situation is for the tourists to start coming in. is that whatever protocol we have in place, for U.S. citizens, they come in and they'll go through protocol as these people from CBS are doing. They don't mind it, as they love it that do sit there. They're looking at the beach. And so once anybody that wants to come in will come in. And like I said, I got on the Zoom conference with the American Chambers of Commerce in the Philippines on last Friday, and they're all very excited. Some businessmen that were on, there was over 15 of them. At one company that said, I have 171 employees. I hope Philippine Airlines can get a charter for us to come there and get it done and come back. So they're looking at Guam because they're getting the shots there in the Philippines. Unless you're wealthy or in the high class category, you're not going to get in line for that shot. And so they want to get their people vaccinated.
It is also what might be attractive, and maybe you can speak on that, is the fact that because the Philippines, I understand the type of vaccines they're offering there aren't the U.S. The FDA, the Pfizer, the Moderna, the
not American made.
Yeah, the Johnson and Johnson. I think it's AstraZeneca.
Yeah.
In the Philippines.
And then I think there's also
they have the Sinovac.
There's Sinovac, Goldilocks, and
Sinovac and out your back. I don't know what it is, but they
Red ribbon.
They're taking it though because that's what's available. They told us of a story last week where somebody said that there was Moderna over in this particular place, that people had appointments to get vaccinated, and there was a rush, and they just it was not true, but everybody wanted to do something else than Sinovac. But they'll take it. These Americans and these Norwegians and others that are part of this chamber group, they said they'll take Sinovac because that's what's available.
Right.
But they don't want to necessarily, and that it's going to take their people a long time. They're top of the corporations, and everybody below that is going to wait until they call your number or your name, and or you sign in, and heaven forbid how long it's going to take. And their concern is that the real people, the ones in the barrio, are just not getting to get the vaccination. So it's going to be tough, and they want to come to Guam and get the American vaccination.
What about the money, the ROI on this, Gov?
The what?
The return on investment. I mean, we didn't really invest in anything because we got the vaccine for free. But when we do these Airbnbs, are we seeing some spend with this associated with it?
Well, if the governor approves of it, we've been working with the Surgeon Cell and Public Health. We're waiting for them to actually put a final approval on what they gave us as a possible protocol. That when you come here, you after the first day, you can get the first shot in a hotel of your choice, and you pay for it, but you go through the protocol. And hopefully most of the hotels then will be, they can categorize a floor, for example, as the quarantine and very little movement of these people. And so we've got that protocol. We're waiting for it. And but for those that are coming in on their own right now, they go to the government quarantine, and they for room and board. It's free, as these people are experiencing now. And we don't necessarily want to do that because although the vaccines are free, we're using CARES money to pay for the hotels where we could use it for something else.
Okay.
So it's there, and hopefully with this Afghan movement, that I'm kind of waiting for someone to call me from Afghanistan.
That's our next Ask Gov. So I know you know stuff. People tell you things, right? So what can you tell us about the Afghan refugee situation?
Well, the reason why they're kind of, this special interest group, humanitarian group, picked Guam and pushing for Guam is the fact that we've gone through two of these evacuation processes. I was the governor in 1996 when the Kurds came in. And I'll tell you, when I received a call at 5 o'clock in the morning from Admiral Brewer, who was SIMPAC, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific, and asked me how I would feel if they were going to bring the Kurds here. They talked about maybe 30 to 40,000. And I said, well, sure. What else can we do to help? He never forgot that. He memorialized that in the record. And that year later, when Typhoon Paka hit us, I mean, you had ships bringing in supplies, C-5As, planes coming in to help us because we helped them at the time of need. I was very much involved. I met the first plane coming in at Anderson. Most of them stayed at Marble. It's called Andy South. And we benefited from it because the food and stuff went out also into the community to feed these people. And so it became such a big thing for us. Economically, it helped. The only 7,500, I believe, came instead of the 30-some thousand. But be that as it may, Guam, they know is open to this, and I just hope that they'll pursue for Guam to come, because there are empty hotel rooms, and you can do what the governor did humanitarianly when she let the USS Roosevelt people in and stayed in the hotels. We can fill up the hotel rooms this way, and not to press them on anything. They'll certainly pay for it. They've got more money than you can shake a stick at. So this is not a thing that we have to make conditions that you come here, you have to pay for it. We know they will pay for it, and we know that that's not our way. Our way is to make sure that our people are safe, as we did with the Roosevelt. We can do it with these refugees from Afghanistan, and let's just do our part. I think that it would serve Guam well in the future.
Gov, so we had Carlotta on yesterday, and she said there's nothing official. But in talking to you, it kind of sounds like this thing is really moving forward. Have you heard anything official?
No, I have not heard anything. I just know that they really are pressed when they say Guam or bust. That's the only way to do it, is to parole them into Guam en masse, bring them in by the plane loads. They've even got everything down, and it's like a 8-hour flight, 5,000 miles from direct flight from there nonstop over the Tibet, but it's going to come here, and so I'm not hearing anything except that Guam, I think, is the only chance, save them hurrying up in the issuance of this special visas, which they know they cannot complete by September. And so that Guam then, as it gets closer to June, July, they'll realize that, hey, this is the only way to get these people out and not leave them stranded there. So that's how I'm looking at it. Nothing official. I'm not privy to anything, except that from contacts that have been made with me, that there's a Stars and Stripes person in Afghanistan assigned there that might be reaching out to me to maybe get a background on what happened with the Kurds here in 1996, 25 years ago.
Well, that's something kind of official.
They're looking at Guam still.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of official if you have Stars and Stripes is writing up something on it. I mean, it's another media report, which is all we've seen so far.
So, that's just, Guam again is going to be in the spotlight. And the governor, I know, will make sure first that the same protocols that were done for the military that were put here would be in the same category as the Kurds being kept, at bay, so to speak, by the military, as they did. So it's not going to be National Guard necessarily, but they'll bring their own people in to secure the premises and make sure that everyone here is safe, not only the Chamorros, but also them. So I don't feel like that we would be abandoned by the cost of the military presence.
Well, thank you, Gov, for coming on and sharing your perspective and your experience with the Kurdish evacuation operation Pacific Haven. We got to head into this press conference now with the Attorney General's office regarding the U.S. Supreme Court's decision for the order.
That's a great decision, and I hope that they pay because they owe us. Thanks.
That's it. Right. There you go. Give us money.
And weren't you the governor when the consent decree happened?
No, it was signed by Mr. Governor Felix Camacho on the settlement.
All right.
But I fought them, but I didn't get the legislative support to continue the fight. And now, the Attorney General did a great job by pressing forward.
All right. Well, thank you, Gov.
Thanks, Gov.
Thank you.
Next time I'll ask you about permitting czar questions because we're out of time.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
All right,
That's
I'm
that.
ready. Thanks.
Just
All right.
former two-term Governor Carl Gutierrez, he's the president of GVB now. It's 9 o'clock, KUAM TV. We're about to jump into this press conference being held by the Office of the Attorney General to provide more detail and to basically, we broke it this morning, but to announce the Supreme Court decision. And so we're going to get that set up, but we're getting the stretch sign here. Hey, the show is brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, where we have delivered.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, open that up, Bree. Show that to them.
It's a bacon cheddar biscuit.
Open it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. Yeah, open it. Live, open it.
This is it. Bacon cheddar biscuit.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. Oh, get it up there. Look at the cheese. Look at that. See that? Oh man. Yep.
Yes, we are joining that press conference. We're just trying to set up everything
Yeah.
to
We're
get
just
in.
stalling while our team here gets it all set up. Yes, Jack in the Box. Thank you guys. Cabo Enterprises, East West Rental, and IT&E coming up. We still got Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. And we had the Guam Youth Congress folks coming on at 9:30, but I might have to reschedule that as this press conference kind of out of the blue.
And this is a really big deal.
Yeah.
For the U.S. Supreme Court to come out with its opinion, and it was only like just a little over 3 weeks.
Right. It was quick.
That they had the oral arguments before the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
So.
And that's huge. Supreme Court time to take 3 weeks. Sometimes they take months, right?
Yeah, a long time. And so I see we're starting to connect and get into this press conference, but it's exciting news.
It is, and this press conference will be covered by our very own veteran, grizzled newsman, Nestor Lecanto. I don't know. Can he hear us? No, he's in that other Zoom, right? Guys, so it's 9:02, and this press conference is coming up very momentarily. Thank you to our Facebook Live viewers. Are we ready?
There, we will go ahead and do a round robin.
Okay, so guys, we're joining in progress now. The press conference at the Office of the Attorney General. Now speaking is AG's PIO, Carlina Chatfaris.
Mr. Hank Lacey is actually up first on my screen. So once AG Camacho is done with his remarks, I'll begin with Mr. Lacey. We ask that all of you identify yourselves and your organization prior to submitting your questions to AG Camacho. AG Camacho?
Thank you, Carlina. This is a big win today for Guam, for the office.
Recording in progress.
Oh, Carlina, do I have to start again? Because now we're recording. And you can please excuse me. This is one of the few days where I'm grateful that I accidentally woke up about 1:30 in the morning and checked my email to see what was going on as the Supreme Court delivered its opinions. But just to reset a bit, this is a big day for Guam and for the people of Guam. We had filed our case to hold the Navy accountable to pay its fair share of cleaning up the ORDOT dump. But this case is more than just about contributions. This case is really about justice. And you know that by the fact that we've had generations wake up to listen to oral arguments in the middle of the night here on Guam who don't know what CERCLA is. And I saw a young person put that they were searching the internet for Slurpa because they weren't quite sure what the laws were. But, I think anyone who's from here knows just how important this issue is to our community and just getting any sense of justice for our island. And when I woke up, I immediately thought about the quote, the arc of justice is long, but it bends towards justice. Or the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And that's what came to mind. This has been decades in coming now. And I do want to recognize those who have contributed to this, starting with Attorney General Elizabeth Barrett Anderson, my predecessor, who took on this case in 2017. She was assisted by the team who stood by Guam, Kelly Dry. We have John and Bill, John Gilmore and Bill Jackson, who represented Guam at the trial court level. Mayor Gogui and the residents of ORDOT who have also had to deal with this and know firsthand just how much waste was dumped up at ORDOT and the real impacts that it had on the surrounding residents of the dump. And again, they just put us in a position, the Supreme Court 9-0 confirmed unanimously that the legal theory that we have taken to hold the Navy accountable is one that we can pursue. And we look forward to proving up damages at trial. And that's all I have, Carlina. We could have questions.
Thank you, AG. Mr. Lacey, go ahead, please.
Hi, thanks for having me. General Camacho, I'm in touch with you all the way from the Denver area in Colorado. So,
We got a great AG out there in General Weiser. So,
yes, our Attorney General. Yes, congratulations on the big win. Our discussions with the Justice Department to potentially resolve the financial issues here expected to get underway with the Biden administration?
I can say that it's still kind of fresh, and I don't think anyone wants to spike the ball that we've got this decision, a favorable decision from the Supreme Court. The next step will be to meet with the Department of Justice to figure out what our trial schedule is going to look like. But at this point, I'm not aware of any discussions that have started with the administration on settlement. We're preparing for trial, Hank. That's our position, and that's the position we're going to take going into the status report.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got the link net. Chris and Sabrina, good morning.
Hi, good morning. It's Sabrina. So I wanted to if you could just walk us through, you said trial, what the next step is. What do we have to do?
So the decision is to remand back to the district court. And again, to give some context, we won before Judge Jackson in the District of Columbia Circuit. Then it was the District of Columbia, the DC Court of Appeals, or the Circuit Court of Appeals, that reversed Judge Jackson. Then we went up to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court found in our favor. Now it goes back to the trial court level. There's been a little bit of a wrinkle because our judge has been nominated by the president to assume a seat in that circuit on the Court of Appeals. So if that happens, it'll be reassigned to a new judge. She'll actually be taking over the spot that was vacated by Attorney General Merrick Garland. So we're looking at potentially getting a new judge. We have been ordered to meet with the Department of Justice and to submit a status report within the next 30 days. So that's what the next step will be, Sabrina.
Attorney General, are we at? I mean, I'm pretty sure we're anticipating some kind of financial award or compensation. Do you have any guesstimate on what that might be?
Chris, I mean, this is a big win, but we've got to pump the brakes just a little bit. We're still early on in the litigation, so we still have to find out exactly what the Navy dumped up, and we have to prove it up at trial. And then the judge is going to decide, based on expert testimony, how to apportion out the share of closure costs for ORDOT. So I don't have an estimate for you, but I can tell you that we've already started to gather documents. We're going to need to get more information about what exactly was dumped up there.
Do you think that the trial may be more of a challenge than the Supreme Court case was?
Well, Chris, I think I've shared with you before, if we get 1 cent, it'll be more than what they've contributed so far. And that just goes towards the inequity here. I mean, we all know that they dumped hazardous waste up there, but they forced us to sue them, to take them to court. We've now had to sue them, take them all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. And, we're not going to be concerned about what they're going to do. We're kind of focusing on what we have to take care of to prove up our case. But any money we recover is going to be more than what we've been offered and what they've paid to date.
We'll defer the rest of our questions to Nestor.
Thanks. Okay, I have John O'Connor with the Post.
Right, thank you, Carolina. AG, you kind of went over it a little bit with the prior questions, but can you kind of give an understanding of what a give us an understanding of what a positive outlook would look like for Gov Guam should it win the case over at the trial court?
Well, the goal is to have them pay their fair share of closing ORDOT. So it's very hard, again, to whatever that amount is, I can't tell you. That's what we have to prove up. We know it's greater than what they've paid so far in terms of contributions. But we're just trying to get them to pay what's fair. And I can't put a price tag on it for you at this moment. But at the end of the day, we have the burden of finding documents, finding witnesses to testify about what exactly they did put up there, what exactly was leaking into the surrounding rivers.
How far would that go back? You're talking all the way back to the first
Well,
time.
when I talk about the long arc of justice, we're talking decades, and that's really what this case comes down to. They used and dumped toxic waste up there starting in the 50s, 40s, so we're going to have to find paper trails. We're going to have to check for receipts. I know that the US EPA had identified the Department of Defense as a potential responsible party already. So we know there's some theory there. We also have common sense to know that they dump things up there, munitions, etc. So I can't, in terms of what the evidence is going to show, I mean, we might be reaching out to members of the community who witnessed them dumping things. We might be reaching out to veterans who went out there and who actually dumped chemicals, who dumped munitions to help us build out our case to paint a better picture.
Can you tell us who your legal team was and will they remain the same for the trial court as well?
So Bill Jackson and John Gilmore are with Kelly Dry, and they will remain our legal team at the trial court level. And on appeal, we were represented by Latham Watkins, and Greg Garr was the attorney who argued the case on behalf of Guam.
Thank you, AG. I'll defer for the next one.
Okay, great. I've got Wayne Chargaloff. Wayne, go ahead, please.
Hafide, Attorney General. My name is Wayne Chargaloff again with the Pacific News Center. And my question is, I know things just happened today, but what are the implications for this case as far as other environmental cases for Guam and throughout the Pacific? Is this decision tied specifically to CERCLA, or do you see it opening up other things, even as far as, like, say, atomic testing and other islands and that sort of thing? Like, how broad-reaching are the implications for this?
Legally, this is pretty specific to CERCLA, Wayne, I will say. But it's going to force us to have some very candid discussions about the military's role on the island. ORDOT is not the only site that there was the dumping of toxic waste or hazardous substances on the island. And, going back to just how significant this is to the people of Guam, it's significant regionally, because this might be the first case where we have a shot in court at proving up our damages and holding the Navy accountable for its fair share, which is more than we can say for our neighbors, unfortunately. But I'm sure they all have been and will continue to root for Guam, that we get our day in court and we get some resolution in our favor.
Thank you.
Okay, Nestor with KUAM.
Yes, thank you, Carlina. General Camacho, so according to the syllabus, it says the case turns on whether CERCLA authorizes a contribution claim only when a party resolves a CERCLA-specific liability, or whether settlement of environmental liabilities under other laws will do. Can you explain that, if that's where the case turns? Can you explain that in non-legalese?
To the extent that I can, Nestor. I tried to talk to my son this morning about it and kind of give him the example of cleaning up, me and his mom messed up his room, and then he was born and he inherited this messy room. And then we forced him to pay to clean it up. And he said, oh, you know what? I would call my Nana and force her to tell you what to do. So I guess in this analogy, the Supreme Court is the grandma figure. But really what this case boiled down to, and these are the discussions that started with the Kelly Dry team before with my predecessor. We had to contend with this consent decree that was entered into with US EPA that was executed under the Clean Water Act. And we knew, and the team knew, that they were going to raise the statute of limitations issue. But the precise legal question was whether or not a Clean Water Act consent decree triggers your time to file a CERCLA claim. And today the court unanimously held that it does not, that in order to trigger CERCLA liability, you have to have executed a CERCLA settlement agreement.
Yeah, I know this has been asked of you earlier, so let me try a different way. What do you believe is the Navy's fair share of the order dump closure cost in terms of percentage? Are you going to start in trial at 100% and let them work your way down? How are you going to?
We're going to go where the evidence takes us, Nestor. So, I mean, we have to acknowledge as well that the government of Guam, if we have been using it, and if what our responsibility is, and at this day, we starting with that, we have to accept our own responsibility for what has happened at the dump. There's no doubt about that. But at this point, we have been held 100% responsible for all of the cleanup costs at ORDOT. And the number that's going to be fair is greater than zero. So again, I can't give you an exact percentage, but I know it's greater than what's been offered at this point and what's been paid at this point.
And what specifically, if you get any money from the Navy out of this, what specifically will it be used for? What can it be used for? For example, can it be used to pay down the bond that was taken out for post-closure costs?
Nestor, we'll have to, I mean, that will probably be, I don't have an answer for you on that. I mean, I don't want to say it's above my pay grade, but it's one of those things that there are going to have to be other players involved in deciding how any settlement would be spent.
Okay, and finally, before we move on, does this, you mentioned that this is like decades-long issue, and the residents of ORDOT have suffered greatly because of what has happened at the ORDOT dump. Does this provide an opening for them, maybe for a civil case for a class action suit against, well, I guess GovGuam would be part of that too, against the Navy and GovGuam for the operation of that dump?
Well, you're going to have different statutory theories. So we have CERCLA that we've proceeded against. I don't know off the top of my head whether or not it provides a private party the opportunity to sue potential responsible parties. So I'm not sure, but I go back to Nestor. At this point, just acknowledging what happened up there is going to be part of what we want as an island. Just tell us what happened, right? And we don't get that all the time. So if we can find out the story of what really happened and get some acknowledgement, some recognition of fault, I think that'll just help us move on as an island.
Okay, I'll defer to the next round. Thank you, AG.
Thank you, Nestor. Up next, I've got Steve Limtiaco with the PDN.
Hi, good morning. I know you said you still have to gather information, evidence, witnesses about what was put in the dump, but your court filings are very specific, mentioning things like Agent Orange. Where did that information come from?
Oh, so my understanding is that the information that we relied on in the complaint was based on US EPA documents when it's a Superfund site. So you know that there's stuff up there, but Steve, is going to come down to quantity and also how much it would cost to clean it up. So the presence of it is one thing, how much of it is another. And when we argue percentage or allocation of liability, both are going to play a role, not only what was dumped up there, but the volume of what was dumped up there.
But does GovGuam have accurate records about that, or would that have to come from the federal side?
It would come from the federal side, is my understanding. Most of those documents would come from the federal side.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Polly Suba next. Mr. Suba, are you there?
Oh, there. Sorry. Good morning, Attorney General Levin Camacho. What are the chances the U.S. Navy settles out of court? And if they do reach out to try to settle, what are we willing to accept?
Yeah, Polly, I don't have an answer for you. We have a decision right now. We're going to proceed as though this matter is going to be set for trial. I know we were all stung a little bit at the remark made by the Department of Justice during oral argument that the Navy denied putting anything up there that was hazardous. And I don't know if that was a preview of the position that they're going to take at the district court at this point. So in terms of their willingness to settle, I mean, you prefer that we wouldn't have gotten to the point where we had to sue the Navy to get them to the table to talk about paying their fair share. But that's where we're at right now. And we're just going to continue down this path until we receive word otherwise.
All right. And Nestor might have answered this, but asked this question, but are you aware of any civil lawsuits or ongoing lawsuits with Ordot Village private citizens and maybe wanting to attach themselves now to this case, or maybe you're working with them, you have in contact with some of these private citizens?
I'm not aware, Polly, of any civil suits or personal suits involving this.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you, Polly. I'm going to go ahead and open up the floor. There's a couple names here I don't recognize, and then I've got just a couple generic names here. So I actually have Guam Daily Post up next, iPhone. If you'd like to go, following that is, again, KUAM. So please go ahead. Guam Daily Post. Okay, KUAM, would you like to go again?
No further questions.
Sure, just one question. AG, how long do you think it will take to litigate the financial costs?
Well, that's part of what the next steps are going to be, Nestor. So we're going to map out. Typically, there's going to be discovery, potential for motions to be filed. The trial itself is going to depend on how much we're willing to stipulate to between the parties. So I can't give you an estimate, but we'll have a much better idea within the next 30 to 60 days, and we'll be sure to keep you informed.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Sorry,
We'll
Karina,
open the floor. Yes, go ahead, John.
Sorry about that. But AJ, I believe the figure cited in the lawsuit was 160 million. I know we still have to go through the trial court, and you still have to, that will eventually decide how much Guam actually gets. But just to put this question out there, can that amount be billed directly from the Navy?
Well, yes. I mean, what we're seeking for is for them to pay a portion of the 160 million.
Thank you for the clarification. That's all I have.
Are there any further questions from those of us who are in the Zoom room with us?
No further questions,
Okay,
Your Honor.
great. Thank you, everybody.
Well, Carlina, before we end, I just want the last thing, just again, thank Attorney General Manabusan and for organizing. One of the things that we forget all the work that goes into getting to a unanimous decision, representing all spectrums of political interpreter or legal interpretation. So the fact that he was able to get 26 AGs, 13 Democrats, 13 Republicans, just goes to show how forceful our arguments were. I just want to thank him again for his help.
Were you anticipating that this decision would be this quick? I mean, we're talking about the U.S. Supreme Court in 3.5 weeks. It seemed rather fast.
Well, Sabrina, my theory on that is I'm celebrating 9 years of my anniversary tomorrow. So the court must have known, and given that they must have known the significance of the number 9 and wanted to get it out as an early anniversary gift. But I think the fact that it's unanimous just shows it's not going to require potentially as much time. 12 pages is not, I mean, that's shorter than most Supreme Court of Guam opinions and most district court of Guam, I mean, most court opinions, period. So once they arrived at the textual approach they were going to take, and Justice Thomas was the one who authored the opinion, it was a relatively simple question, which is whether or not contribution as used under 113 F3 means CERCLA, or liability means CERCLA liability. So we knew it was going to happen before June. I couldn't have predicted it would happen this quickly, but I'm certainly happy it did.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, AG.
Thanks, Car.
Thanks, Harlina.
Thank you. Okay, everybody.
There you go. That's Office of the Attorney General press conference there, kind of unpacking the Supreme Court decision. I know. Media has a lot of questions. They just can't answer right now because the decision just came down.
Yeah. And this was something that was initiated back under former Attorney General Elizabeth Barrett Anderson when she took it to the district court, I think.
Yeah.
And it went to the appeals court, and then Attorney Levin Camacho and his team moved the case up to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Right.
So here we are, less than 4 weeks, with an opinion, a unanimous opinion.
And he also did thank the AG for the CNMI, right?
Mm-hmm.
AG Manabusan, he was on the show, the link here, I want to say it was like about a month ago. And yeah, with the AG there, really kind of highlighting how integral AG Manabusan of the NMI was in securing a lot of those amicus friends of the court briefs. So, wow. Pretty cool.
I believe we posted it's only 12 pages.
Yeah.
When I saw it, I was like, that's it?
I know. I kept scrolling, wait a second, huh?
So yeah, it's a 12-page opinion authored by Justice Clarence Thomas. It paves the way for the government of Guam to, move forward with actions to get the U.S. Navy to pay its fair share of cleanup costs for the Ordot dump.
We tried to ask a few of the reporters did try to ask the AG what type of reimbursement or share the Navy would have to pay, and what did he say? 1 cent is more than we've gotten so far, but I'm pretty sure we're going to get more than a penny. But what I'm curious about is one of the media had mentioned that in the filing, our filing, we reference Agent Orange. And so now that we've seen this win from the Supreme Court, I'm wondering if that kind of confirmation about Agent Orange will open any other doors for any of the things that we're doing in trying to just even get the federal government to further acknowledge that Agent Orange was, I don't know, just thinking out loud. Hey, it's 9:27, quick break. Again, miss a link, miss a lot. And that was a live press conference with the Office of the Attorney General. We're back with more of the show next. Good morning.
As May is a month to celebrate mothers and everything they do, let's not forget that many parents in our community are struggling to make ends meet and provide for their children with basic necessities. The KUAM Care Force is partnering with the Salvation Army for a very special drive this May, benefiting our precious and most vulnerable in our community. Through Friday, May 28th, we'll be collecting diapers, formula, infant toiletries, baby food, and other new items for infants and toddlers at our KUAM studios in Harmon on weekdays between noon and 4 p.m. Show you care and help families in need this spring. Due to the consideration of our current public health emergency, donations will not be accepted outside of hours specified. Curbside acceptance of donations is acceptable by calling 637-5826 upon arrival.
Steel Athletics has joined the KUAM Care Force as a community partner in the Mama and Nenny's Drive. You may also drop donations to their location in Timoning on any day of the week. See KUAM.com for designated times.
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment, location, service, trust, is a proud partner of the KUAM Care Force.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@KUAM.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on the link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Loving off a day with the rock steady vibes. Like you nice and slow. With a skanky little rock steady. Won't you rock steady for me? Rock steady for me, love. Rock steady, or we can keep it undercover. Rock steady, you know it's only for the summer. Rock steady, I'll be your rock steady lover. Rock steady, rock steady with love. Rock steady, sing na 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 na. Rock steady, won't you rock steady with love? Rock steady, woo woo woo. Rock steady, woo woo woo. Rock steady.
Man, good stuff there. Love and Hoffaday, two of my absolute favorite things in the whole wide world with Rocksteady on the link. Good morning.
The link. Here on Breeze.
You stop that right there. 9:36. Let's head to the Zoom room where session is being called to order. Youth Congress, it looks like, because we have just about, what is this, like 50% of the Guam Youth Congress in our KUM News Zoom room. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. Let me just pop up your names and titles. So we have here the Speaker of the Guam Youth Congress, Stephanie Lorenzo. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for having us today.
Vice Speaker Al Labang.
Good morning. Thanks for having us again.
We have Kiana Joy Yabut, Legislative Secretary and UOG Representative. Good morning, Kiana.
Good morning.
Nolan Flores, Committee on Rules Chair and University of Guam Representative. Good morning, Nolan.
Off the day, morning.
So you guys have written a letter to the University of Guam Oversight Chair, Senator Amanda Shelton, and this is relative to UOG's proposed 5% tuition increase. And I'm going to take a wild guess here. You guys are opposed to that tuition hike.
That is a correct.
Spot on.
How crazy is that?
Wow. I got my finger on the pulse, I tell you. So let's just get into it. Madam Speaker, the gist of the letter and maybe a little some of the background with this latest tuition hike from the University of Guam.
Thanks so much, Chris. But actually, can I defer that to the two representatives that actually wrote the letter, to Kiana and to Nolan? They are one of, as you know, Nolan is one of the people that actually helped me with the walkout when we tried to do a tuition increase last academic year. So I would really like to defer my time to them.
Yes, you may defer your time. I also yield my time to Kiana and Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan, go ahead and give them some background, and then I'll talk more about, I guess why we're opposed to it.
Okay, thanks for passing it around. So we first heard about the tuition increase back in October of 2019. That was, of course, prior to the pandemic. So it was at first, I believe, a 30% increase over 6 semesters, a 30% increase, and then we were able to bring it down through a large protest that happened at the university, thanks to all the students coming out. Brought it down to an incremental 5% per semester, with Dr. Kreis retaining the authority to either delay or implement. And then, so there was one last fall, and then this upcoming one is scheduled. We previously thought for Fanutan in 2022 or 2021, but it's now set for Fanyum Naken 2022, which is next spring. So that's the gist of it. We're of course opposed to any tuition increase during the pandemic. Students have so many hardships going on academically, mentally, and we're seeing the university reported a drop in retention and a drop in enrollment due to the pandemic. So this would sort of compound that, and we're hoping to avoid that.
What do you make of this tuition increase coming at a time when we're seeing an infusion of hundreds of millions of dollars in federal rescue funds, right? So I believe they're getting money. If you look at the senator's spending plan, I don't know if the governor has one and if UOG would be included in whichever plan she may have. But I mean, what do you make of that? So we're getting all this money over UOG and they're trying to raise the tuition. Does it make sense? Sense or no sense?
I think it makes absolutely no sense. The ARP is here to help everybody, and UOG is included within that. The PDN wrote that they, on their view on the tuition increase, they want the governor to use ARP to fund tuition for students for the next school year. And I believe that's something that she does have planned. So the tuition increase, it just really doesn't make any sense. Also, the fact that, because ARP or, federal funds have been covering, like the tuition's been increasing. It's just that the funds have been like absolving the increase. So when the tuition increase will come, then it's just an even bigger burden on the students. It's just really, as a student at UOG, it's really upsetting to hear. So yeah.
Stephanie?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Nolan and Kiana said, it's really upsetting for students. I will disclose that in my program, once the pandemic started, we actually lost touch of 2 to 3 people in my program. And so they don't have like the resources to do online learning. They don't have the mental health, to have to put up with Zoom meetings back to back all day long. And so just another added burden onto the students is something that's unacceptable from the University of Guam, knowing that, we're still going through a pandemic, even though there are less restrictions, we're still fighting this virus. And to me, the fact that they want to raise tuition is kind of showing that, okay, we're done with this virus, but we're not. I want to say it's like a full sense of security that with the tuition increase, okay, we're going back to our normal, we're going to increase it now, we're going to slowly bring you back to school. But no, we're still fighting this virus. I mean, we have had a steady case of positive numbers within the last, week or so. And so I just think it's a burden on our students as well.
Have you heard back from Senator Shelton? Al?
No, we have not gotten a reply from the oversight chief.
But yeah, saying from Kiana's standpoint, from the ARP, that USDOE just published an article that says that they made $36 billion available for all colleges and universities, and I think that UOG can apply for that in case. And I think that's something that they should look into instead of increasing the tuition rate.
Have you guys had any conversation at all with Senator Shelton relative to this tuition hike increase or tuition hike?
As of the moment, no.
Any other senators you plan on writing to?
No reply with the letter yet, but Senator Shelton, she's been a big proponent in the original protest when we opposed the 30% increase. So she was there along with Senator Joseph Noxtine and I believe Senator Rigel. But more recently, I believe she's expressed interest in holding a roundtable. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone? But yeah, she's expressed interest in holding a roundtable with us and possibly UOG to see how we can solve this.
When was the last protest?
That was during the first time they tried to increase tuition. I was actually a freshman. That was my first semester of college, fall 2019, held by the one and only our Nolan Flores and Stephanie Lorenzo. It was a big walkout. A lot of senators, some senators came, and it worked. So if worse comes to worse, maybe we could all just walk out again.
Yeah.
Fall 2019, you mean election year?
I think so.
Yeah, I just got to go back to UOG getting these federal funds, trying to sock it to the students. I mean, doesn't sit well with.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that, I'm of the opinion, I don't know about everyone else, that UOG sort of does need the tuition increase. There's some stuff that they're working on that are still haven't really generated the revenues they're expecting, and it's still in progress. But I think in terms of growing the institution, right, and I believe it's the Patahulu strategic plan, UOG needs to be either funded by the legislature fully through their budget ask, whether it's through federal funds, through local funds, or their last resort, and it should be the last resort, is passing the cost on to the students.
I'm surprised you guys haven't got more support or conversation from any of the sitting senators.
We're always open, waiting for them to, they have our contact numbers, so just in case they want to contact us, send us an email. We're on Instagram as well. We're on all their social media. So, yeah.
Have you had any conversation with the University of Guam?
No, we have not had any conversation.
Yeah, I don't even think they kind of acknowledged our kind of like the letter. I do know that this letter was kind of also broadcasted on a couple of other media sites as well. And so UOG hasn't said, oh, hey, GYC, let's have a conversation of why this increase is important. Like Nolan had mentioned that maybe they wanted to do some things, but just for transparency, they can let the students know. And I also want to say that I think it's kind of weird how they're trying to they're trying to increase tuition when if we were to go onto our our course schedule and it shows us all the breakdown of each of the fees, students still have to pay for the Calvo Fieldhouse fee. Of course, they increase like the internet fee and stuff like that, but there's still fees that we as students have to pay that we're not using because we weren't on campus. We don't have access to like the facilities that, so I just think it's kind of weird in that essence. But of course, on the other side, I do know that it's important to maintain and to upkeep this. But as students, we're not using we're paying for resources that we're not using, basically.
Yeah, but then at the same time, it's like we're getting this American Rescue Plan funding, and like every department, I want to say, including UOG, has probably put in their wish list. So, I mean, they stand to gain, tens of millions of dollars, if that, right?
Yes, definitely.
Did college students get anything from like the CARES Act or stand to get anything from the ARP?
Yeah, I do know that that students actually received two. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong.
Two stimulus that the Congress approved, we did get something, and I'm not sure if we're getting another one from the American Rescue Plan, but it looks like we are.
Yeah, but I will say that sometimes the UOG is really weird in terms of like cutting the checks because different people will get different amounts. And so it's kind of like a guessing game. Like, for example, I got X amount and then my classmates got twice the amount of that. And so when we have to call to inquire, there's not like a little like an info sheet of, okay, if you take 12 credits, you're gonna get this amount. If you take 15, you're gonna get this amount. It was just kind of a guessing game. And so I think something that like, if, like Al said, if we are gonna be getting some funds from the American Rescue Plan, maybe UOG can kind of explain it, break it down for us. That way we're not confused. We have the answer to our questions that we don't even know to ask yet.
I know when I was watching the budget hearing, Speaker Talahi had asked UOG not to raise tuition and instead to prioritize their spending. What areas do you think they should prioritize spending in?
Well, I started at UOG in fall 2019, and a really big thing, I'm mostly in the health and social sciences building, and the entire air conditioning unit in that building has been down since I was a freshman. So just things like infrastructure, I think is really important. Our bathrooms, they can be a little, worn down at times. Maybe like more, just infrastructure is really important, I think, especially for a great college experience. I think that's a really big thing. Yeah, anyone else?
You mentioned you hadn't had a chance to talk to, I guess, the UOG administration, but are you guys working with like the Student Government Association at UOG?
We did reach out recently to the student government, asking them if they'd like to also write a letter, perhaps to the university president. But other than that, we haven't had much contact with them.
Okay, I don't know who's the president over there. They're still an active group.
Yeah, I think they just had an election recently because it's an online election that happened through Microsoft Forms, and I got it through email. So I'm not sure because I think they haven't published really the results of that election as well, and that's few weeks ago.
Right. So Kiana and Nolan, you guys are the UOG representatives for the Guam Youth Congress, right?
We are. We also have one more. His name is Representative Noel DeGracia. So us three, we make up the UOG representatives.
Does that mean that you just go to UOG, or does it?
Yeah, we go to UOG, and then we're also elected by the students of UOG, and that was in 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, all four of us go UOG anyways.
All right. So when are we gonna? What's next for you guys? You wrote a letter, haven't got a response.
Just following up, seeing if we can reach out to other students, see if we can get their support, kind of tell them the importance of why if tuition increases, why it's going to be more of a burden on us. Reach out to the senators who weren't elected yet. Back in the first tuition during the 30% walkout, and so just kind of just seeing if the community will listen to us, hear why this increase is just another burden on the students when we're still going through a pandemic, and just kind of getting support.
Keep us posted, okay, Al?
Will do.
Okay. Anything in closing, guys, before we let you go?
No, thank you for having us. I hope we can get a reply soon from either the university or someone at the legislature, maybe even the governor, just as a way so we can resolve this issue for students. I know UOG pushed back. They kind of stepped back from the ledge in terms of the tuition increase. So I guess the issue's kind of calmed down a bit, but students are waiting, and we're keeping them updated. Someone suggested a walkout on the first day, but I don't think that's the best idea.
We'll be back face to face next time.
Yeah. Thanks again.
All right, good luck, guys.
Thank you so much for having us.
Good luck.
GYC is going into session next week, Saturday, so maybe we'll have an update about that, and then just kind of the bills that we're going to be hearing on the session as well. I know that we have some really great bills coming out, and so I'm really excited to share that with all of you.
Well, let's just share it right now. What are a couple of the great bills you guys have?
I know that one of the bills that are going to be introduced is going to be paid maternity leave for females that have suffered a miscarriage, just to kind of have more inclusivity. Al, I know that you have another bill that's kind of been sitting on that we're trying to get out.
So it's the Gun Violence Protection Act of 2021. So it's basically the red tag laws. And we have another one that's going to come out from a committee, which is a committee on judiciary, which is eliminating cash bail for Guam.
Yeah, if I may, it's very exciting this term. Our bills, once they're introduced in Youth Congress and then passed, they're automatically introduced by Senator Shelton's committee. So it's not really a thing of lobbying anymore for a senator to pick up our bills. It's just automatically introduced, referred, and we've had several public hearings already in the legislature. So it's just very exciting. So if any youth out there have bill ideas, feel free to contact us, and it can hopefully become law. It's an easy process now, fairly easy.
Right on. Okay, so that's it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, that's, right on. There you go. Session adjourned. Guam Youth Congress.
This is a good thing to see, our youth standing up for, what they believe in.
Right. And this Youth Congress, part of it is that we kind of reached out to them and wanted to really give them a platform here on the link to be coming on periodically and share what they're working with. Because, if you keep track of Youth Congress, a lot of our current senators, Congress people,
lieutenant
governors, even agency heads, they were all in the Youth Congress. So you never know. You could be looking at your future elected leaders of tomorrow while they're in Youth Congress today. And so they did come out, and they came out heavy against the silencer bill. And then they're out here with the UOG tuition increase. I mean, obviously, it's a slam dunk. I mean, it's not like they would come out and be like, we're for it. You know what I mean? But it's interesting to me how they haven't had any response from Senator Shelton yet. I don't know. We'll see. It's 9:56, guys. We'll take a break. It's Tuesday, May 25th here on The Link, and the show continues next.
Learn more about
family platter of fried chicken.
Check.
Tray of red rice.
Check.
Birthday cake.
Check.
1 case of water.
Check.
12-pack of beer.
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi.
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
As May is a month to celebrate mothers and everything they do, let's not forget that many parents in our community are struggling to make ends meet and provide for their children with basic necessities. The KUAM Care Force is partnering with the Salvation Army for a very special drive this May, benefiting our precious and most vulnerable in our community. Through Friday, May 28th, we'll be collecting diapers, formula, infant toiletries, baby food, and other new items for infants and toddlers at our KUAM studios in Harmon on weekdays between noon and 4 p.m. Show you care and help families in need this spring. Due to the consideration of our current public health emergency, donations will not be accepted outside of hours specified. Curbside acceptance of donations is acceptable by calling 637-5826 upon arrival.
Steel Athletics has joined the KUAM Care Force as a community partner in the Mama and Nenny's Drive. You may also drop donations to their location in Tamuning on any day of the week. See KUAM.com for designated times.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. A fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you so much for jamming with us on this May 25th episode of The Link. Until tomorrow, adios, KUAM TV.
Bye.
And we're back here on Facebook Live in The Breeze, where we're going to give you Cover Me, which is brought to you by our friends at Burger King and Docomo Pacific. Good morning.
Iputian zanmin gumupogi islan ilange hogang watu gichwa kumapa kayes anauli isineni antes dia dingozu zasangan antes di maigo nagwaizazu Oguneni ogunapalawan ugwigwifi onizantwengi saizomuzu zazokuho nobianeni ogunapalawan oguaneni onizantwengi Sezomuzu zezokuho nobianeni Sesu hahasu tiempo Por oguneni zani flores mu Anayundingo Dugi unpwengi Lo están en itulanya Sachis dizuz and go maholan Con izuneni zataita Dilangit islam Oguneni ogunapalawan Pugwigwifi onizampuengi Sezomuzu zezokuho nobianeni Ogunapalawan oguaneni Aonizampuengi ugwigwifi Sezomuzu zezokuho nobianeni Sezomuzu zezokuho nobianeni Sezomuzu zezokuho nobianeni